Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the host, Professor Grzegorz Berendt, welcome to the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. We are beginning the second edition of the International Conference, World Battlefield Museums Forum. My name is Daria Sydomir. I will have the enormous pleasure of hosting this two-day conference for you. Over the two conference days, we are going to have interesting lectures and discussions with directors and representatives of battlefield museums represented from over 20 countries across the world. But before we listen to our outstanding speakers, let me welcome all the guests. Welcome to the Pomorskie Region Voivodeship, Mr. Dariusz Drelich. We have the Consul General of Hungary in Poland, Mr. Iles Haliles. Welcome to the Honorary Consul of Latvia in Gdańsk, Mr. Krzysztof Figiel. We also have the presence from the Honorary Consul of France in Pomerania, Mr. Alain Montpère. We also welcome the Director of the branch of the Institute of National Remembrance, Dr. Paweł Warot. Welcome to the Pomeranian Voivodeship Monument Conservator, Mr. Igor Strzok. Welcome to the President of the Dignity Association, Mr. Nowak. We have the President of the Katyn Families Association, Ms. Hanna Wieleś-Śliwa. Welcome to the President of the Honorary Association Gdańsk Katyn Family, Ms. Emilia Maćkowiak. Welcome to the President of the Gdańsk branch of the Polish Association of Former Political Prisoners of Nazi prison camps and concentration camps, Mr. Karol Wardański. We also have Joanna and Andrzej Gwiazda. Welcome to the President of the Ponarska family, Ms. Maria Wieloch. We welcome the anti-communist opposition activists. Welcome to the directors and representatives of museums from Poland and from around the world. Welcome to the uniformed services representatives. Welcome to the people of the world of science and local government. Welcome to the representatives of the media. Welcome to all the guests and friends of the Museum of the Second World War who have come in such great numbers. Before we welcome the first speakers to the stage, let me inform you that the leading languages are Polish and English. Before the entrance to this room, you received your headsets, which allow you to listen to interpretation provided by interpreters present here. Let me welcome Pomorskie Region Voivod, Mr. Dariusz Drelich. Mr. Director, the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, thank you very much for being able to be here with you, and that it's for the second time that we are meeting after a long break. Not an easy break, and especially for us, and especially not easy for institutions such as museums. Those 2 years of the COVID pandemic have been a real challenge. But we are meeting at a special point in time, because we are meeting here in Gdańsk, where the Second World War broke out. Both world wars in the previous century, the first one and the second one, had a huge significance for the history of our nation, the Republic of Poland, the First World War, with its result being our independence, which we had to protect after a brief period of time, in the war with the Soviet Russia, and the Second World War, so tragic for the entire Polish nation. Unfortunately, took away our independence from us, unfortunately, for decades. But welcome to all of you. And I'm so grateful for your participation in the first edition and in the second edition, that you are here with us in the Museum of the Second World War, which has this ambition not just to show the Polish history in a contemporary way, especially the history of World War II, in this beautiful building, remarkable and exceptional on the map of Poland and Polish museums, but it also builds and is carrying out currently a major project, the Museum of the Westerplatte battle, which, compared to the big battles that changed the history of the world, with hundreds of thousands of people participated at a single place in time, here, despite the fact that this was not a little over 200 people, but we know that there are such battles that become forever a landmark in the history, where it's not the number of participants, but the symbolic aspect matters. The soldiers at Westerplatte defended the Republic of Poland and have become the part of our history forever. And we want the world to remember them and remember where World War II broke out, that it broke out in Gdansk, that it was here that the first battle of the war took place. Mr. Director, I would like to thank you here in front of all the guests. Thank you for this initiative of creating this conference format, but also thank you for all those years and for this huge project at Westerplatte. And I wish you success. Today's conference and the previous one are also there to learn from your experience, so that this project is as perfect as possible. And I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here to support us, to support the Museum of the Second World War in this huge project, in the work that it does, which is known not just in Poland, but I think across Europe. Everyone who comes to Gdańsk from Poland, but also from around the world, put a visit to the Museum of the Second World War in their diaries, and a visit to Westerplatte, where the battlefield museum is not yet in the shape that we would like it to be. That's our dream, but it is underway. We want this forum to be a recurring event, so that there are no more hindrances such as we had in the pandemic. How important this is, let me just tell you that we all realize the result of the work that you have put in, and our museum here in Gdańsk, and we can see it when we look at the Russian invasion on Ukraine, the support in Poland for the people of Ukraine in the dimension of not just symbols, not just a moral support, but in a very material aspect, military aid, but not just that, taking in millions of refugees in our homes. This makes us stand out against all of the world in various refugee crises. But this is also a result of the work of museums as institutions, because it's here for years, from the youngest generations. People are shown true history. And this is where this bridge of memory is created between the past and the future. And this helps us overcome crises. And the crisis that we are experiencing right now, the war in Ukraine, we are going to overcome too. And I hope that our help will help Ukraine win soon and defend their independence. The enemy, the invader, has underestimated the Ukrainian nation. They thought that Ukrainians would not defend their independence, but they did stand up, and all the nations of Europe did too. And we are going to continue the support as long as necessary. That's why institutions such as museums are so important. Museums which tell people about the real history. They educate, and they know what the challenges are like. Now, it's not enough to provide information. You can get information anywhere. Technology is now way ahead of the functions that museums used to have. You also propose solutions that give a better flow of information so that it becomes part of memory for many years, forever. And I hope that we can work out such methods of presentations of the truth of history to the people who visit your institution so that they remember it for the rest of their lives, so that it becomes part of their souls, not just their minds and their knowledge, but in their souls, so that they remember the people, the heroes who have made it possible for us to be where we are in free countries. It's due to the people who died for us at battlefields, sometimes dozens of years or hundreds of years ago, but they changed the history forever, and we are grateful to them, and we owe them, honoring them, and we have to remember about them. All the best to all of you. I wish you a good conference, and I wish you many good conclusions that will help you in making your mission a success. All the best to all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Voivod, for this speech. And now, the Consul of Ukraine in Gdańsk, Mr. Oleksandr Kołystek. Good morning, Mr. Director, Mr. Voivod, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the Museum of the Second World War. To me, it's an honor to be present here at such a forum, and all the more so that I can speak here, especially at a time when my state, Ukraine, is fighting against the invader, against Russia. I'm especially proud that this forum has participation also from museum staff from Ukraine. The museum institutions are really the caretakers of cultural heritage, and it is you who are standing guard the science, the history. It is you who protect the sources that make history come alive and goes to people who need to learn about it. It is because of you and thanks to you that we can learn about history, which is of course very important in order to assess our present and also the future. But unfortunately, the history of battles that you are going to discuss later on a professional level, today, it is created in front of our eyes as we speak, and unfortunately, it is being made in the land of Ukraine, my homeland, and it's not the first time either. Of course, everyone knows about the history. But this fight is the most horrible, the world is watching, but it's definitely the most horrible since World War II. Ukraine has now become a testing field for new technologies in military. When I'm speaking to you, missiles are falling on civilians for another day, yet another day in a row. Towns and cities, they destroy the critical infrastructure, they destroy and bring hazard to the infrastructure and bring risk to the whole world. Nuclear power plants that we have in Ukraine, and one of them is being occupied right now. But the most horrible thing is that people are dying, victims who will never come back to life. We are estimating that, well, of course, it's still ahead until we learn, but just in Mariupol, you perhaps know, over 80,000 civilians were killed. Just one city, situated so beautifully on the seaside, where there were 450,000 inhabitants. 80,000 are gone. Where are the rest of them? They are across the world. Some of them are here. Perhaps some of them are listening to me. There are others in other countries and cities, but that city is already destroyed. Of course, I'm appealing to everyone for the details of this crime on such a scale that happens in Ukraine, that is happening right now in Ukraine. They all need to be monitored. The artifacts need to be noted down and recorded, and when about all the crimes that are happening in Ukraine. The first question that we are facing right now is to protect the skies, because it's difficult to count on anything when you are traveling to your work, commuting by car, and in a second you are dead. When missiles are falling from the sky, they are uncontrolled in great numbers. They are falling on peaceful citizens of towns and cities and villages. So this is our present, but history repeats itself. And I'm talking about it because we are witnesses to successful operation of the Ukrainian military. We had one in 1941 as well, but the difference is that the result of the operation then was much better, but that's a story that is open to historians. I think that the best battles of this war are still ahead of us, and that Ukraine, I am convinced, will prevail in those battles. And I hope that there won't be too many victims. That is so important to me, to all of us. But as a result of the war, there will be new museums. There will be a museum to carry this history over to new generations in order to commemorate the heroes of Ukraine in Poland, all over the world, who are helping us fight and are indeed fighting on the front lines. 70 years ago, the civilized world, 80 years ago, the civilized world conquered Nazis, and now we are going to conquer neo-Nazis who came in 2022 from completely different direction, from Russia. I am looking forward to successful fighting for Donetsk, Kherson, Mariupol, and Crimea, of course. And I hope that these victories will come within a year, maybe even sooner. And Mr. Director, our representatives of our museums are going to work with the representatives of our other museums of the world. They are going to be recording other experiences so that So such battles don't happen anywhere else in the world anymore, so they all stay in history. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. And of course, I wish you good collaboration at this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Consul. And now we are going to listen to the opening lecture of the conference with the host, Dr. Grzegorz Berend, Director of the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk.
Thank you very much. Mr. Voivode, Mr. Consul, all the consuls present here today, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, representatives of museums from Australia, Czech, Egypt, Finland, France, Japan, Canada, Korea, Latvia, Germany, Hungary, the UK, and Italy, and Ukraine. All the great guests who came here to the World Battlefield Museum 2022. And my friends from the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk, thank you for accepting our invitation. It is for the second time that our museum has the honor to organize a meeting of people responsible for cultivating the memory of those that have had a significant impact on the fate of individual countries and the whole world. In the past, museums that tell about wars focus on strictly military aspects. Today, we cannot imagine ignoring the experience of the civilian population and various types of reaction towards war and their consequences. Polish scientist Barbara Szacka said, "We know who we are because we know who we were." The end of quote. These words have a universal message. They also very strongly refer to the Polish experience, especially the experience shaped by the events of the 20th century. This is what Polish historian Ewa Kowalska refers to when she writes, modern patriotism is built on the memory of the past, modern patriotism which says that we're a community of citizens and not just a group of people living in a given territory or a country. Museums serve as bridges connecting generations. They serve as signs of memory. They're signposts and often provide a warning against the consequences of mistakes made by humankind in the past. Museums have a huge potential for incentives as well as didactic and educational potential. They provide information and enable its reflection on the past and its relations with the present. Such perception places museums among institutions focused on creative thinking, discussion, dialogue, and exchange of views. Obviously, the way of reception when it comes to museum content depends on the existing mental and cultural preparation of visitor, on their emotional attitude towards various issues and character. However, in the current educational systems of historical education, which unfortunately more and more frequently is focused on exploring disconnected issues in a rather chaotic way, the historical message of the museum often does not complete but educates visitors from scratch very often, from scratch even on those issues that were part of the canon, educational canon, just several decades ago. I'm a historian specializing in the 20th century, a museologist for several years. I have been working with documents and other historical sources for 35 years. I've researched and described various aspects of the history of Poland in the years, especially in the years 1914, 1989. And I know that as historians that working in academia in our daily work with young people, we have little opportunity to tell about the past using original objects from several decades ago. However, already as an academic teacher, I've realized how strongly direct contact with artifacts, with original artifacts and objects from the period have on young people. The same goes for actual contact with witnesses of history. I was able to see that during trips with students to various regions of our country. Taking up the job at the Museum of the Second World War was a significant enrichment of my professional experience. Getting to know the secrets of telling about the past with the help of its material remnants and appreciating the power of its story, I had to develop new habits. First of all, the habit of self-discipline and adapting such means of expressing them to limit my personal views. Please believe me, it's not easy to limit yourself to 300 or 600 letters in a museum description, 600 characters or so for a person like me who used to fill hundreds of pages. And yet it is necessary when we want to reach those recipients, thousands of them who initially are not interested in studying thick historical volumes, even though they should perhaps. Nevertheless, they should learn. They should learn for their own good, for their own sake, what we want to convey to them about the lessons of the past, lessons of history. I belong to a generation that even back in primary school learned about many battles that played an important role in the history of the world. However, it should be emphasized that the image conveyed in Polish schools was definitely Eurocentric. Places such as El Alamein or Pearl Harbor appeared in the school narrative not as components of the history of Egypt or the overseas parts of the United States, but above all as elements of the Great War which started in Europe. The average European knows little about many battles important to the people of Africa, Latin America, or Asia. This, of course, applies to Poland. On the other hand, most foreigners certainly do not know much or very little about the clashes, battles that constitute the canon of historical knowledge of most of my countrymen. As museologists, we have the opportunity to provide our input into that. Today we'll be able to discuss that using the characters of three characters. Take a look at the shield. That is the symbol of our forum. They represent three heroes that fought in the past in defense of values we judge to be important to us. So we have an Athenian, an American colonist from the 18th century, and a Polish soldier from 1939. All of them fought to defend the right of their communities to live in freedom, the right to freely decide about themselves. Hundreds, millions of people constantly are trying to expand their knowledge of the world to understand it better. However, the world cannot be understood without knowing what has shaped relations between states and nations in the past. And those factors also included armed conflicts. We, museum employees, have the mission of collecting material remnants of the past, especially those most significant ones. We take care of them, look after them, and try to present them in the best possible context in which they had functioned in the history of individual countries, in the history of the world. We are both curators and educators. At the same time, we work in institutions of various status, both supported by state budgets and supported by private means or social organizations. However, what is undoubtedly common, what we all share, is the conviction of the founders of our institutions that the tasks entrusted to us are of social importance. This intuition is confirmed by the millions of visitors who visit us every year, also visiting those museums where we work. We, the museologists, can impact human consciousness mostly by the original character of the artifacts we present and their relation to the theme of the story we tell. But of course, words and images are also important tools in our daily work. Museologists keep discussing how to use these instruments so that the effects of our work give optimum results. This is, for example, one of the topics that are debated in the context of the tragedy of World War II. It is with Dr. Sawinski, the director of the former German Nazi concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. I spoke about whether it is possible to present post-war works of art devoted to the subject of genocide. Piotr Sawinski is against using that instrument of impacting the awareness of visitors, assuming that the meaning, the significance of the preserved spaces and objects of the death camp is strong enough, is sufficient enough, and there is no need to reinforce it with artistic installations. I agree with him only when it comes to places where artistic forms of expressions may or may not be used. I understand and I agree that in the gas chambers, crematoriums, barracks, where prisoners suffered and died, one cannot allow the artistic experiments to detract from the gravity, from the poignant character of places as special as museums of martyrdom, of genocide. On the other hand, I am convinced that in other museum spaces, it is definitely well worth it to use the talents of artists. After all, they have gifts that allow us to attract our attention and make us interested in history and socially important topics. After all, these artists, visual artists especially, who arrange our permanent and temporary exhibitions. It is into their hands that we entrust the content and objects of our story so they can highlight them in the best possible way. The coexistence of war museum pieces and artistic performances is therefore, in my opinion, both justified, necessary, and frankly even inevitable in today's times. Wars, armed conflicts have occurred since the beginning of time. However, as civilizations develops, new, more advanced, more deadly means of combat have developed, new forms of violence, extermination. So far, the world has been most shaken by the two world wars, while the first of them was primarily a static trench war in which hostile armies clashed. The Second World War became a conflict of total nature. Its scope and intensity, the number of casualties exceeded all the previous armed conflicts. It is estimated that over 60 million people died during the Second World War. In many regions, pre-war life was completely annihilated. Whole societies experienced massacres on huge scale, genocide, destruction, hunger, and all-encompassing fear. The memory of that horrible war still is alive among millions of inhabitants of our globe, especially among those who survived the cataclysm. The image of that suffering, those struggles, was especially vividly preserved among those in Central, Eastern Europe and Asia. The Second World War resulted in the death of about 6 million Polish citizens who were mostly murdered due to racial and national prejudices. Most of them were Poles and Jews. Death at the hands of German and in part of Soviet aggressors or collaborators of various nationalities was the experience of every family in Poland. Many millions of people have been injured and have been deprived of their goods. The tragedy of the World War II influenced the entire Polish society. This makes it impossible, on one hand, to forget about it, and on the other hand, it makes it our duty to remember its victims. At the same time, in the face of evil, several hundred thousands of Polish citizens decided to oppose it. They resisted the enemy, weapons in hand, and millions, using passive resistance, broke enemy's orders and prohibitions. We tell about their struggle here in the Museum of the Second World War, so that the memory of our fellow citizens does not perish. You and your institutions are fulfilling a similar mission, being active in the sphere of culture of remembrance. Life, of course, is of the utmost value and should be cared of. But in all countries, it is also emphasized that there are those values that must be defended even at the risk of endangered life and health. Even those who are determined pacifists by nature will not subscribe to the thesis that you must accept evil and not defend good. And it is not always possible to defend good only with words. Sometimes you have to pick up a weapon and tell the aggressor, I will not stand for your violence. Over the years we've been saying, no more war. Unfortunately, the experience of recent years show that the experiences that our museums tell about were not the last ones experienced by the world. It cannot be ruled out that subsequent editions of the World Forum Battlefield Museums will be enriched by stories about the work by colleagues from museums devoted to contemporary wars which are taking place in various countries, here in Europe, but also in Africa, Asia. It is impossible to turn your back on the events which are unfolding before our very eyes, especially when they are directly or indirectly related to the issues we talk about in our institutions. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has been going on for 8 years, but this year it has escalated to unprecedented proportions. Millions of people have fallen victims to it in various ways. Tens of thousands of them were killed, often in a very cruel way. Millions of people have lost their goods or homes and have been condemned to homelessness. One of the largest European countries is being systematically destroyed. The conflict has involved many countries, politically and economically. We don't know when or how it will end. In Poland, we are not indifferent to the fate of our Ukrainian neighbors. They're helped by both ordinary citizens as well as state agencies. Among public institutions helping, there are also museums that donate materials to Ukraine that help to protect and evacuate museum collections. Polish museums, including ours, make available their exhibition spaces to present exhibitions presented by our Ukrainian colleagues. We are not alone here. Similar exhibitions are presented in other countries, especially those threatened by the Russian aggression. In addition to the exhibition prepared by the Kiev Museum of the History Museum, which is presented in front of our building, draws constant attention. People stop by and view it. This topic is of tremendous social importance. This is yet another proof that our work is important, it's needed. And we are meeting here today to learn from each other and to fulfill our social mission even better. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Director. Well, we are starting the first session of our conference entitled Archaeology, Research and Conservation of Remnants of Battles. I'd like to invite to the stage the first presenter, representative of the Museum of the Second War in Gdańsk, Mr. Adam Dziewianowski.
I would welcome everyone. My name is Adam Dziewianowski. I'm an archaeologist working for the archaeological department of the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. I would like to tell you about the research on Westerplatte, that began in 2016. Now we are at the stage of 9 archaeological excavation on Westerplatte Peninsula, which is the first systematic and comprehensive excavation and research in the history of the peninsula. Until now, we managed to find over 60,000 artifacts which document the history of Westerplatte from 17th century until the present day. Of course, for us as a museum of the Second World War, the most important set of artifacts are those connected to the Polish military transit depot, the 7-day battle from 1st to 7th of September 1939, and of course the artifacts connected to the other parts of the Second World War. We managed to excavate over 6,000 square meters of archaeological digs, and we also managed to build models of non-invasive geophysical survey, and that's about 160,000 square meters of land on the peninsula. We are working on the location that it's very transformed. On the left, you can see the map from 1934. That is the Polish military transit depot. It was 65 hectares. And on the right, you can see the map, which is showing the today's look of Westerplatte. As you can see, only a bit more than 1/3 of the location is available for us. The rest is a military area, as well as the infrastructure of the Polish Gdańsk's harbor, and some parts of the peninsula. As you can see, this red line on the lower part of the map, it shows the coastal line of the Westerplatte Peninsula from 1934. So some of the southern area is underwater today. We use non-invasive geophysical survey. We built models to establish the location of our further excavations. As you can see, this is the model of the central part of Westerplatte. There can be clearly be seen the buildings like NCO, casino, as well as officers' villa and other objects that we want to locate. Of course, we research the relics of the buildings especially of the military transit depot. Until today, we managed to excavate most of the buildings that are connected to the history of the Polish transit depot, as well as the battle from 1st to 7th of September. We excavated NCO's office, NCO's casino, as well as officers' villa, guardhouse number 5, number of ammunition shelters, and other buildings that are connected to the history of the depot. Of course, we cherish all of the archaeological research seasons, but one of the most important ones is the 5th archaeological season in 2019. We're searching for the burials of the Polish soldiers who were killed during the battle of Westerplatte. We were in possession of some photographs showing the graves of the Polish soldiers. They were carried to, we didn't know the location, but they were carried to some place on Westerplatte by the Polish civilian prisoners who were working under the German guards. They were put in the graves, and the location was unknown for more than 80 years. So we started our investigation. As you can see on the left, there's you can see 3 graves, and also at the far end of the photograph, you can see the remains of the guardhouse number 5, and on the right photograph, you can see the buildings like officers' villa and NCO's casino. Those 3 buildings were researched by us previously, so we were able to locate them quite fairly at the Westerplatte area. We also managed to locate some of the trees were visible at the photographs. So we managed to roughly locate the place of the burials, as you can see on the map from 1934. This is an area shown in red. That was a small clearing outside of Officers' Villa, more to the west. And also, you can see the plan, research, dig, which we opened in 2019. We also used the geophysical survey, but the results of this survey was inconclusive. That's why we stick to our research documentation, which we gathered earlier. Oh, and we started excavations in 2019. As you can see, the location was spot on. On the left, you can see the original photograph with trees marked in red. The same trees can be seen on the plan of our dig as the red dots, and the graves seen on the photograph can be seen on the plan as a gray areas. So we started in September, finished in November 2019. We found 5 graves and 9 fallen Polish soldiers inside. Also, we found 300 small bone fragments of small human bone fragments. Those are the plans showing the fallen Polish soldiers. 4 plans on the top of the slide. Those are the singular burials. All the soldiers were only one in each grave. The lower plans are showing the grave number 5. That was a mass grave. Inside of the grave there were 5 fallen Polish soldiers. We knew thanks to our forensic specialists and anthropologists, we knew that part of those fallen soldiers had injuries on them, like injuries on the bones caused by the high temperature, the blast wave, and shrapnel. This is our team working during our archaeological work. We found almost 300 artifacts within the graves. We had to we had to be very, very focused on our work. There was lots to do. We found many artifacts. In one of the cases, we found over 50 zlotys in one of the pockets of the soldier's uniform. That was lots of money in 1939. Basically, he was those money was given to him by the command, because they were paid double pay before the war, because the command knew that the war is coming. Those are the artifacts that we found. As you can see, a whole lot of different kind of artifacts. Military shoes, this is a weapon, especially ammo pouches, lots of coins, especially from 1920s and 1930s, signed necklace, bayonets, and other types of artifacts. As you can see at the top, on the right, there's a deformed and crushed by the shrapnel pot. I would like to tell something about it very, very soon. I told you that there was the main causes of death of those soldiers who we found were the high temperature, shrapnel, and blast wave. So we had a clue that maybe some of those soldiers that we found were members of guardhouse number 5. That was a building which was constructed in 1933, 1934. Was a part of the line of defense, and it defended the northern eastern part of Westerplatte. Was a very crucial to that. That was a very crucial position of defense. It was destroyed on the 2nd of September. 7 of the Polish soldiers who were inside were killed, and we excavated that object in 2016 and then in 2021. This is the photograph showing the guardhouse number 5 in 2021. So what happened in guardhouse number 5 was that on 2nd of September 1939, soldiers were sitting inside of the guardhouse when about 6 p.m. The Luftwaffe air raid started. So some of them managed to go downstairs to the reinforced basement, but some stayed on the ground level, and those soldiers were killed at the moment they were having their meal. So this spot that we found in 2019 is in fact the remain of that last meal, which was the last meal for many of those fallen soldiers. As you can see, this is on the left, this is the guardhouse showing the location of the bombs which hit the guardhouse. The smaller 50-kilogram bombs hit it directly, and one bigger bomb, 250 kilogram, hit it indirectly, but it all caused the collapse of the walls outside of the building, of the ground floor, and then the ceiling, just without any support, went down to the floor, killing everyone inside. Many photographs were taken of the guardhouse number 5 after the surrender of the Polish garrison. I guess because of the scale of destruction, those photographs were taken by the German soldiers who visited Westerplatte. 2 of those photographs caught our special attention. On the first photograph, you can see the rubble, the concrete, the wood, everything that was left of the guardhouse number 5. But the real reason why the photograph was taken is there's a fallen soldier laying on the edge of the wall. He is laying on the edge of the northern wall. You can see that his leg is bended and its knee. His leg is pointed to the sky, and his head is stuck under a huge block of concrete. The second photograph is showing the same location, but more to the right. As you can see, again, there's a fallen soldier on the photograph. As we can investigate that photograph more clearly, as you can see, he has no shoe on his right foot. He has a torn uniform, and at his hip and his arm as well, his head is stuck under the huge concrete block. Those are the indication of the injuries that he suffered. So after the investigation of the photographs, we went to our anthropological and archaeological data. We investigated all of the cases we found during our archaeological work in 2019. I wanted to tell something more. There's a cylindrical object next to his right crushed arm, which was interpreted as a gas mask container. So after that, we focused on one of the cases, the case from the grave number 3, that was a soldier who we found during our work. He had the same type of injuries as the soldier from the photograph. His hip was injured, arm injuries, skull injuries, as well as among other artifacts that we found in the grave. There was a cylindrical object again that was a Polish type gas mask container, and as you can see, he doesn't have his shoe on the right foot. So after gathering all those evidence, we were pretty sure that the person from the photograph can be the same person as we found during our archaeological work. So the last part of the puzzle was, who was this person? And after a few months of the investigation, there was a result of DNA identification that was possible thanks to the cooperation with the Pomeranian University in Szczecin, as well as the Remembrance Institute, National Remembrance Institute in Gdańsk. And we could match the name to the fallen soldier who was photographed at the edge of the collapsed wall. That was Ignacy Zatorski. He was on Westerplatte from March 1939, and he was assigned to the eastern part of the defense line. He was fighting in eastern outpost of defense, and on the 2nd of September, he went, about 6 p.m., he went to the guardhouse number 5 to eat his meal, and he never came back. So, thanks to the cooperation with the National Remembrance Institute and the Pomeranian University in Szczecin, we were able to identify 7 out of 9 Polish soldiers that we found during our excavations. And after that, in 2021, we prepared an exhibition on those fallen Polish soldiers. We also showed some artifacts which were found during our archaeological work. And the last part of this story is that we are going to be burying those fallen Polish soldiers very soon, in 3 weeks, on a new Polish military cemetery in Westerplatte. And that will be the last part of the story that started 83 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Dziękujemy bardzo za przemówienie.
Thank you very much for this speech, and now it's over to Minna Torkola, representative of the Museum of the Winter War in Ratenportti in Finland.
Hi, dear guest of honors, dear madams and sirs. My name is Minna Torkkola, and I come from Suomussalmi, Finland, from the museum which tells about the battle of Second World War on a winter time, the Winter War. Our museum is owned by Reima Haapoja. I want to introduce him. This is a private museum. It was grounded in 1992 by a city of Suomussalmi, but after that there have been several entrepreneurs, and nowadays there will be Reima Haapoja, my loved husband. I can tell you that Reima has heart when he is working in the museum and developing it, because his father were fighting in the Winter War, in the Second World War, on that exactly area. He was as a medical man, a medical officer, and fighted against the evil Red Army on that area. Honor to his memory. May I have the film background, please? Now we go to Raate, to our museum. Our museum is situated about only 19 kilometers from the border of Russia. And we are in the middle of nowhere. Only forest, only wildness. The nearest bigger city is, I think it's Oulu, over than 250 kilometers away from Suomussalmi. So the Russians had benefit for a surprise, because there were nothing in that area. Inside the museum we have an exhibition of Winter War, 1939 up till 1940, and some change in exhibitors. Today those are Continuation War exhibiting, Continuation War 1941 up till 1944. And also one interesting thing that we have in our museum, it's a field track. Old field track made by Germans, 178 kilometers long track in the middle of forest, made by prisoners' hand, through deep forest, over swamps. They used it only 4 months, and then they have to destroy it, and Finland have to give it as to dismantle it and hand it over to the Soviet Union as the war reparations. So hundreds of people died there by making that field track. Also beside our museum you can see a monument called Open Arms. open arm has a 105 wind bells ringing there, remind us 105 days of the war. Also, surround it, there is a 3-hectare big stone field with 17,000 stones. They are brought from nearby road Raate. Those stones remind us one stone is for one dead soldier in Suomussalmi battles. This is made together with Soviet Union a few years ago, 2002. Finland, we lost in that battle about 19 soldiers. Our museum situates in an authentic battlefield in middle of it. That's also outside, there are lots of interesting to see. Around museum there are 100 hectares area in a field, and also there are in a forest we have put there some signs which are telling what happened exactly in that place. There are also reconstructed sleeping pits of Red Army, shot forest, marked mass grave, foxhole, trenches, and also open fireplaces where you can rest and take some lunch in a forest. Because this winter war battle were in a forest, in a wilderness, nobody have taken all those bullets, explosive, non-explosive grenades and everything out of the forest. You still might find there some. You have to be a little bit careful when you go in a forest. You have to know exactly where to walk. Also, I can tell that last summer we are living 2 kilometers from our museum in an old school, and from our yard, 2 of our visitors find it, an unexploded grenade. We have to call in our army to take it away. So we have to be awake there. Inside the Ratteenportti, the museum, we prefer to tell not only the numbers of the soldiers, the calibers of weapons, and it's not only, this winter war for us is not only a war between 2 armies, between 2 countries. This were a war also between peoples. We are liking to tell about the peoples during the war. Even they are soldiers or civilians, we like to tell them. And also we tell them with different effects. In the museum there are sounds, films, authentic miniatures of the that's a time of home, with that where we can see that there were also a breakfast in middle of when the Red Army came, and the miniature of that home is there because the woman, the mother of that family, he noticed the Red Army Division 163 first. She was the first one. She ran about 19 kilometers to tell all neighbors that Russians are coming. Be careful, run away, run away. And so she's about 100 people thanks her because she tell them that they are coming and they have possibility to escape. In our museum, visitors will have accurate information about the winter war and its happenings. And they can travel through wartime by settling into the life of local civilian or soldier. Also, we have a canteen headquarters. There you can take memories with you from our souvenir shop Motti and eat present time period, taste of the period of our cafeteria. We bake every day. This versatile museum area respects Finnish soldiers and maintaining the memory of heroes. And we reach around 30,000 people every summer. We are open only at summertime. And then a little bit about the Winter War. In August 1939, Soviet Union and Germany, the ideological enemies, made a non-aggression pact. There were also a secret protocol where they shared countries on benefit district. Finland noticed that also here in North, as we have neighbor named Soviet Union, we have to be ready for a war. That's why in October 1939, Finnish government decided to order an extra exercise for all adult men. Even Finland prepared for war. First attacks were surprised. Soviet Union attacked into Finland the last day of November without any declaration of war, and Soviet Union tried to occupy Finland. They wanted to march through Finland to Oulu, cut Finland in two pieces, north and south, and then take both parts to be under Russian. I want to tell you a small story. We have a sledge in our museum, and the sledge owner was Martti Elo, second lieutenant of Finland. He served in Juntusranta, where the first attack from Russian army came. He had only about 40 men there, and he had to guard about 80 kilometers of the border. When they saw the Red Army Division 163 came, the division had about 10,000 soldiers. Impossible to take the border safe. So Martti Elo called to the headquarters to ask some more men there. We need some more. The Lieutenant Colonel Kyander said, no. We know that there are no one. There will be only few Russian, but no, you have to defend your line. You have to do your work. I'll command you to do your work. Martti Elo were a little bit disappointed on that time, so he take his sledge and went to the headquarters. Wanted to have some more men, lots of men, to defend Finland, to make his work going on. Nothing happens. He only shouted that why you left your men alone. She went back on the road to his troops. He took his boots off and with his toe helping, he killed himself by a rifle. And on the sledge we can see still the hole of the bullet. He tried everything, as we Finns do. We try, and because he didn't manage, that was his decision. In the Winter War, Russians' goal was to march through Finland in 3 weeks, split the Finland in 2 pieces, and free Finnish people from the yoke of the fascists. The Russians' politraks propaganda for their soldiers were that the Finns welcome the liberators with open arms, rejoicing, and offer them food, drink, and warm lap. That's why they bought gifts to Finnish women, example, musical instruments, audio records, so the party will be ready when they reach Oulu. Also, contraceptives were nearly full of one car. As you see, propaganda were already in force on that time. The reality were different and surprised the soldiers of Red Army. Instead of joy and warm love, they got an icy steel, highly motivated, united, and skillfully fighting army, which also had local knowledge and technical skills, just like skiing. The entire people of Finland were ready to fight for independence with all possibility ways. Thus, the Red Army of Russia did not receive a warm embrace, but cold lead and united people defending their country. The contribution of every Finns, men, women, even children, was needed to defeat this great enemy. The fact that everyone participated according to their abilities and skills in the fight for the fatherland is called the spirit of Finland, the spirit of war. And we had, last spring, we had also the spirit of war in Finland when we talked about the NATO. When the war broke out at Rautrate, only about few hundred Finns were there, Finnish soldiers were present. As we remember, there was no advance information about the attack. Reinforcements were sent there soon, as quickly, so only a few hours there were only about 300 soldiers. Finland did not have any money to equip the own soldiers. Men had to defend home country with their own clothes and own weapons at the start. They got maybe only a belt and a cockard from the state. Nor did Finnish army have any other weaponry. We have no artillery, no tanks, and I'm talking now in Rautrate. Of course, our army had, but now in Rautrate. No anti-tank weapons or airplanes to bring to the defense the Rautrate. We did not get armed help from neighbor Sweden or from anybody. Finland had to manage it alone. Despite these shortcomings, Finland won the battles of Rautrate, pushed the enemy behind the border and maintained the independence without any certain territory. Finland, with a very poor equipment, small army against huge army, Red Army, remain as a story of David and Goliath. Although the armament were poor, the Finnish replaced them. For example, anti-tank weapons were replaced with the homemade weapons. Bottles, which were filled with a flammable substance. A piece of cloth was placed in the mouth of the bottle as a kindling wear. An ignition wear to burn, a precise throw into the tank's air tank or sight hole, kaboom! Effective weapon has born. This homemade incendiary bombs was named as Molotov cocktail after the Soviet Union's Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. This cocktail I have seen also served today by the defending nation. The name perhaps changed it to Lavrov cocktail. In addition to the spirit of the winter war, the unit of the Finnish soldier, the combat skills used to operate in a coldness, helped in achieving the victory. Also skiing, regional knowledge and complete on-site management did it. The successful destruction of the top tank by a few Finnish soldiers at River Kuoma and the bad tactics of the Russians caused the troops to get stuck in a line on a narrow Rautrate. Also this we have seen last springtime. Very poorly planned logistic maintenance placed last behind the attack sections brought additional suffering to the Red Army. The enemy had, for example, a big field bakery with them. But apart from the propaganda, they didn't even get flour from the Finns. The Red Army soldiers had to go without food days and horses up to weeks. This attack in line due to the wrong advance information and bad war tactics also gave an opportunity to implement a new defensive tactic called the Motti tactic. The Motti tactic means that a larger group stop, and after that they divide into smaller parts, block them, and then squeeze and destroy. So you don't have to fight against the whole army all the time. You only put it in small pieces, and this is being teach also today in U.S. Army University in USA. It is said that Finnish soldiers are born with skis on feet, and at the least in the army they learn how to ski. You have to now think about the Suomussalmi in the north of Finland, about 1 meter snow, at least half meter. Ski is the only form of movement in the snowy forest. This skill made possibility to provoke the Red Army through the forest and destroy it. And skiing, there will come no sound. That's why even Simo Häyhä, he also skied, and he got the name from Russian, the White Death. They have also the white snow dresses on. Also, the Finns didn't have to approve the example attack plans from the government of the president like the Red Army did, which had to ask permission for all maneuvers from the political forces in Moscow. The slow flow of information and reaction to the events make the successful attack even more difficult. In contrast to the Finnish defenders, they had the decision-making power about the tactics in charge of the battlers at the battlefield. As you can see, saw in the film, there were pictures of those destroyed Red Army. Lots and lots of guns and everything. And the army who came, the division who came through the road Rade, just beside our hotel, they were collected from Ukraine soldiers. The Division 44, they fighted Ukrainian soldiers who just came from Poland. In the summertime, they were celebrated victories in Poland, and then just straight from the Poland front line, they came to Suomussalmi in the north. The clothes, winter clothes, didn't come so soon, only the soldiers. And in the start of the winter war, the battles in Rotrade, it was up till -40, -30, up till -40. So the frost injuries and deaths came by the -40 a lot, hundreds and hundreds. And the rest one, Finnish soldiers killed. Today, in our museum, because the Russians attacked Ukraine and Finland application for the NATO membership has brought a lot of interest to our museum. Some of foreign people, foreign tourists, they are afraid because the border is only 19 kilometers away from our museum, and they are afraid that the Russians comes again. But I can tell them that the failure of the attack last time was so total that there will be no new attempt at that point at Rotrade. I will help it. And then I want to tell a story. This story is about Reimo Haapoja's father, Olavi Haapoja, and the wonder of war during the winter war. And I will cry. Finnish soldier doesn't leave the comrade ever. Even when they are dead, we bring them home. That's why all wounded and dead soldiers will be moved away from the front line to have first aid or to be sent to home to bury in the soil of the home village. The dead ones were piled up outside of the mass binding set to await the transport to home. Reimo's father, Olavi Haapoja, worked that day in a mass binding site. With Olavi worked also a medical Lotta. Lotta is a Finnish woman who does in the war military service without gun. The Lotta came to Olavi in a hurry and said that she noticed someone moved in the pile of deaths. Olavi went to check the situation and found one soldier still alive in the pile. They took instantly the soldier inside to the tent. Inside the medical tent, Olavi talked to the wounded soldier who were wounded in his head and has a massive binding around his head. He tried to calm him and give him some hope. Everything will be okay now. Your war ended now. You will go home. So relax, everything will be okay. Don't worry anymore. The wounded soldier answered to Olavi and asked, "Are you Olavi?" "Yes, I am Olavi. I'm Olavi Haapoja." The wounded soldier said in crying voice, "I'm your brother, Toivo." So Olavi found his brother alive. These were one of the 1,000 stories of Raate. Welcome to Raate. Thank you.
Dziękujemy pani za przemówienie. Thank you for your speech. Tymczasem na scenę zapraszam kolejnego prelegenta.
Now it's time for the next speaker, Dr. Norma Kramp, Director of the Darwin Military Museum.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and good morning, everybody. My talk today is about the bombing of Darwin from 1942 to 1943 and the development of the Darwin Military Museum at East Point, Darwin. Darwin is the capital city of the Northern Territory, and it's located 3,424 kilometres from Brisbane, nearly 4,000 kilometres from Sydney, 3,741 from Melbourne, just over 3,000 from Adelaide in South Australia, nearly 4,000 from Perth, 3,353 from Singapore, and 12,555 from Gdansk. It was a long journey to get here. As you can see, Australia is a very large country, occupying 7.7 million square kilometres of land. And as you see, all of Western Europe, including the British Isles, would fit easily into Australia with plenty of space left over. In late 1941 and early 42, Darwin was a sleepy little backwater of Australia and the British Empire, with a population of approximately 10,000 in February 1942, most of whom were military personnel. By late 1941, the majority of civilians had been evacuated and work had commenced in beefing up the defences in and around the town and harbour. The town's defences at that time were very limited, with only 10 US Army Air Force Kitty Hawk fighter aircraft for air defence, 2 6-inch shorter-ship guns to repel any seaborne invasion, 8,000 Army, Navy and Air Force personnel, and a small number of Indigenous Australians who were engaged in coast watching and observing duties. All in all, I think it's fair to say Darwin was almost undefended at the beginning of February 1942. On the 7th of December 1941, the Pacific War broke out when Japan attacked the US Navy base at Pearl Harbor. On that same day, the Japanese attacked the Philippines, French Indochina, today's Vietnam, Hong Kong and Malaya, today's Malaysia. Shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto, the commander of the Imperial Japanese Navy, issued his secret telegraphic order number 92, in which he ordered his subordinate admirals to attack Darwin on the 19th of February 1942. Once the Japanese had landed troops in Malaya, they moved quickly down the Malayan Peninsula, capturing Singapore on the 15th of February 1942. Darwin was attacked for the first time 4 days later on the 19th of February. It was the first attack by any foreign nation on Australian soil, and it was terrifying and devastating. On that day, 188 aircraft from the same aircraft carrier fleet that had attacked Pearl Harbor struck Darwin for the first time. But interestingly, And tactically, they did not fly directly to Darwin. Rather, they flew over the Tiwi Islands that lay to the north of Darwin before turning toward the mainland coast. While crossing the Tiwi Islands, the aircraft was spotted by a Catholic priest, Father John McGrath, at Bathurst Island Mission. McGrath radioed into the Darwin civilian radio station and reported, "A large flight of aircraft headed towards Darwin. Identity unknown, but I don't think they're friendly." The message was received and passed to the officer of the watch at the Royal Australian Air Force Base at Darwin and to other military commanders, and was promptly ignored. At the Royal Commission that was held shortly after the bombing, all of the senior military officers said that they thought the aircraft McGrath had seen were 10 US Army Air Force fighter planes returning from an aborted mission to Timor. But as I say, instead of flying directly to Darwin, the Japanese crossed the coastline to the east of Darwin, flew inland for approximately 30 to 40 kilometres, did a U-turn in order to attack Darwin from the south, or to be precise, the southeast. The first raid was made up of Zero fighters and Val and Kate bombers, and it struck Darwin at 9:58 a.m, the target being the ships in the harbour, the wharf and the township itself. There were 49 ships in the harbour that day, and of those 9 were sunk and another 2 were sunk outside the harbour. 9 of the 10 P-40E Kitty Hawk fighters were destroyed and 7 of the pilots were killed outright. The only warship sunk that day was the USS Peary, a destroyer that had escaped the Japanese attack on Manila and had made her way to Darwin, although she was attacked en route by both Japanese and Allied aircraft. By the end of the first raid, 85% of the town was destroyed. The second raid hit Darwin right on midday on the 19th of February. The target being the Royal Australian Air Force Base, which was almost totally devastated. Both raids lasted approximately 40 minutes each and resulted in widespread damage and over 250 people losing their lives. After the attacks, the Japanese commander Fujita remarked that the force used against Darwin was like using a sledgehammer to crack an egg, and that the poorly defended target was not worthy of him or his men, as it offered no contest and no resistance. A Royal Australian Air Force officer was quoted as saying, 100 Japanese armed only with frying pans could have captured Darwin in the north of Australia that day, and he was probably quite right. A little known fact about what happened that day is that over 50% of the fatalities on that day were American military personnel. The largest loss of American life occurred when the USS Peary was sunk, taking 90 US Navy personnel with her to the bottom of Darwin Harbour. The USS Peary and her crew still rest on the bottom of Darwin Harbour and will forever, as she is now a declared war grave and as such a no-go zone. After the attacks, there was much confusion, chaos and panic as many people, civilian and military alike, expected the Japanese invasion force to appear over the horizon at any minute. The most senior civilian administrators departed the town on that same day, along with some senior military personnel. In short, it was a shambles, and many years later was referred to as Australia's Day of National Shame, although I hasten to add that there were many, many acts of outstanding bravery by civilians and military personnel. As we say, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The people who left Darwin immediately after the attacks headed south toward a tiny village of Adelaide River, some 70 kilometres away. One young man who was in Darwin that day, and who I got to know quite well in his later life, was so keen to escape Darwin that he jumped on his push bike and he pedalled like fury to get to Adelaide River and safety as quickly as he could. He told me that it wasn't until he almost reached Adelaide River that he realised there was no chain on the push bike. At the time of the first raids, there was very few defences in and around Darwin. Work on the 9.2-inch guns installations had only just commenced in December 41, and after the first raids, all work ceased until March 1943. But following the first raids, there was a huge build-up of Allied military personnel and equipment in and around Darwin, and the NT was placed under martial law. From February 1942, East Point was turned into something of a fortress, with 9.2-inch shorter ship guns, anti-aircraft guns, and multiple machine gun emplacements being installed. Overall, there were 77 attacks on Darwin between February 1942 and November 1943, with over 1,700 people being killed. After the war, the military infrastructure at East Point was largely abandoned, and over the following years, many of those buildings were vandalised, damaged by fire, cyclones, white ants, etc. In 1968, members of the Royal Australian Artillery Association of the Northern Territory, the RAAA, gained a lease over the portion of land that incorporated the wartime command post and number 2 9.2-inch gun emplacement. The purpose of the lease was to establish a military museum and a memorial park within the wartime fortress. This was done, and the East Point Military Museum, as it was called then, was opened to the public in August 1969. The Military Museum was the first museum to open in the whole of the Northern Territory, and has only been closed twice since 1969. The first time being post-Cyclone Tracy, that devastated the town in 1975, and more recently due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The museum showcases and tells the story not only of the bombing of Darwin, but of Australia's involvement in conflict from the Great War to the present day, with over 5,000 objects and artefacts on display and in the collection. The museum is set out in two separate parts, one being the Defence of Darwin experience and the other the original museum itself. In February 2012, the Defence of Darwin experience was opened to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the bombing of Darwin, and the name of the museum was then changed to the Darwin Military Museum. The Defence of Darwin is high-tech and tells the story of the 19th of February via interactive multimedia appliances and a 12-minute slideshow that depicts the first raids on Darwin. The original museum comprises the wartime command post, gun emplacement number 2, and several other sheds. These buildings are used to display the civilian experience of war, motor vehicles, armoured vehicles, artillery pieces, firearms, uniforms, edge weapons, paintings, drawings, audio-visual presentations, and lots more. Our most recent acquisitions include a World War II General Grant battle tank, a Vietnam War-era Centurion tank, a Humber Hornet Malkara missile-firing armoured car, and a 1970s Bedford truck operated by the Australian Army in Vietnam. We also engage in community functions such as Anzac Day and Memorial Day parades. The museum is set in 4.5 hectares of lush subtropical garden and is home to our resident wallaby, a peahen, a wide variety of bird life, goannas, lizards, and as you just saw, our pet python snake, who drops in for a cooling swim from time to time, as it's very hot in Darwin, even for snakes. The RAAA oversees the management of the museum via a board of management made up of a president, who happens to be myself, a vice president, who is present here at the forum today, a secretary, a treasurer, and up to 6 board members. The board members are elected to their positions by the RAAA members at the annual general meeting that is generally held in October or early November each year. The museum has one full-time director, that's me again, one permanent part-time administration officer, and a number of customer services officers who work on a 7-day-a-week roster. The RAAA is a charitable, not-for-profit organisation that has developed the museum from very humble beginnings to being the second highest rated tourist attraction in Darwin, and the development work goes on. The RAAA Military Museum receives no financial assistance from any government at any level, and we have no corporate sponsors, although the museum does receive in-kind assistance from the Australian Defence Forces and our friends, the United States Marine Corps Rotational Force, Darwin members who are stationed from time to time in Darwin. As I say, the museum's only source of revenue is via admission fees and some specific project grant allocations. The RAAA has purchased all of the large items on display, such as the latest acquisitions, without any funding assistance from any source. The museum was established by volunteers in 1968-69, and in 2022 still relies on volunteers for its repair and maintenance work and exhibition development. For over 50 years, volunteers such as John Moyle and Brian Winspear, that have just been shown here, and hundreds of others have been the backbone and the driving force of the museum. Sadly, both John and Brian have passed now, but we cannot thank them and all of the other volunteers who have contributed so much over so many years. We can't thank them enough. In closing this talk, I'd like to thank the Museum of the Second World War Gdansk, the Polish government, the Australian Commonwealth government, the Northern Territory government, the City of Darwin Council, the RAAA Board of Directors, and the Darwin Military Museum staff and volunteers. Without them, the museum would not exist. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you for the speech.
Kolejny wykład wygłosi...
The next speech will be delivered by Polgar Balázs, a representative of the Institute, Military History Institute and Museum in Budapest.
Balázs Polgar. I work in the Military History Institute and Museum.
Szanowni
In my presentation, I will talk about the archaeology of the Battle of Rab of 1809 and the protection of the military sites in Hungary. Conflict archaeology, in the modern sense, was formed in the last decades of the 20th century in the United States of America and in Western Europe. The conflict archaeology has a long tradition in Hungary. The first Hungarian synthesis of the international and national researches on conflict archaeology was published in 2010 by the military historian Lajos Négyesi. The first manifestations of military archaeology in Hungary can be traced back to the work of civil associations. This institutional framework was first established in the Ministry of Defense, Military History Institute and Museum of Budapest. Today, the Military History Institute and Museum is an important education and research center. Its unique research background is provided by its archives, library, map collection, and 19 other collections. The Military History Institute and Museum has two departments that carry out archaeological or archaeological-related projects: the War Grave Care Directorate and the Military History Museum. The Military Archaeological Collection of the Military History Museum was created in 2013, and the Military Archaeology Department of the Military History Museum was established in 2022. In Hungary, the end of the archaeological period are defined in legal terms by the year 1711, the end of the Rákóczi War of Independence. And in the context after the year 1711, we cannot speak of archaeological sites or archaeological finds in legal terms anymore. At the same time, archaeology has a legitimate place in the study of the modern age and the recent past. In summary, in the case of the military archaeology of the 19th, 17th centuries, we can talk about the archaeology of the Napoleonic Wars, the archaeology of the War of Independence in 1848, 1849, the First World War archaeology, the Second World War archaeology, and in the end, the Cold War archaeology in Hungary. The Battle of Győr, or based on the German name of the city, the Battle of Rab, was a direct precursor to the Battle of Aspern-Essling on 21-22 May 1809, which ended with Austrian victory. The Austrians were unable to exploit the victory, and the city of Vienna was taken by the French army. The Austrian army pushed out of Italy, united with the Hungarian noble insurrection army at Győr in Hungary. The battle fought on 14 June 1809, took place along the Panja Creek, southeast of Győr. The attacking reinforced Italian army, led by Viceroy Eugène de Beauharnais, had 53,865 soldiers and 144 cannons. The inner Austrian army, which was retreating from the city of Pápa, and the troops of the Hungarian noble insurrection gathering at Győr consisted of 40,448 soldiers and 32 guns. It was a fundamental error of the imperial command to have misjudged the size of the opposing French forces by underestimating the enemy's actual power. The battle, which began at noon, was finally decided by the third French attack, which started at 4 p.m. After the left wing of the Habsburg army had faltered at the Vicai Trench, the French attack threatened to block the retreat of the imperial and the Hungarian noble insurrection armies towards Komárom and encircle it. Archduke John's army then began a disorderly retreat. At the end of the battle, a bloody fight broke out between the buildings of the Kismegyer Minor's estate. The French army lost more than 3,000 soldiers in the battle, while the losses of the imperial army and the Hungarian noble insurrection troops in killed, wounded, missing, and captured amounted to approximately 10,300. Finally, the war of the Fifth Coalition ended with French victory after the battle at Wagram and the battle at Znaim. The peace treaty was signed on 14 October 1809 at Schönbrunn in Austria. The battle has a large resource base. Among the pictorial sources, Josef Franz Sauer Kaiser and Edward Kaiser's 4 engravings are particularly significant. Among his written sources, we consider significant the description of the 19th report of the Armée d'Allemagne of 1809 and the battle description of the memoirs of the French army commander Viceroy Eugène. An important additional written source is the description of the battle in the third part of the memoirs of Archduke Antal József. The most important landmarks of the Battle of Győr are the 18th century granary of the Benedictine Priory at Arató Street and the monument to the Battle of 1897 near Panja Creek. In 2019, the Military History Institute and Museum began a field research on the Napoleonic battlefield in Hungary, the site of the 1809 Battle of Győr. The area of the battlefield can be well defined in the modern landscape, thanks to the available pictorial and written sources. The historic battlefield is now part of the Kismegyer suburb of Győr. The area of the battlefield is mainly under agricultural cultivation nowadays. In 2019-2020, metal detector fieldwork was carried out in the central area of the battlefield, along the Panja Creek. A probationary metal detector survey of the battlefield was executed in October 2019. With the help of the volunteers on 14,500 square meters plot of land in the area of the monument erected in 1897. During the field work, which lasted 2 days in October 2019, 26 metal artifacts were excavated, 11 of which were related to the Battle of 1809. 1 fragmentary button, 3 granite shrapnel, 1 deformed, and 7 intact small arms projectiles were found. The intact pellets were all 16 millimeters in diameter. The field work started northwest, southwest, and east of the Battle of Kismegyer monument continued in 2020. A significant number of artifacts, including intact and deformed small arms ammunition were found along the Kismegyer section of the Győr-Pannonhalma cycle path during the archaeological survey by Romer Floris Art and History Museum. Further field surveys covered an area of about 49,000 square meters of land along the Panja Creek in 2020. During the new works, archaeologists have found a further 170 artifacts related to the Battle of 1809, including 152 weapon finds, 11 items of clothing, 1 horse tool, 1 coin, and 4 utensils. The weapon finds included 143 small arms projectiles, 4 pieces of car flint, and 5 pieces of granite shrapnel. The vast majority of intact projectiles were 16 millimeters. Among the clothing items, special mentions would be made of the uniform buttons associated with the French regiments. It's worth mentioning that the historical battlefield also contains artifacts from the bridgehead battles of Győr in 1945. During the field researches, the archaeologists found several considerable remains of wreckage and other World War II artifacts. The other perspectives of the archaeological research of the battlefield include the exploration of the field fortifications of the Imperial Royal Army at Győr and the localization of the military graves of the battle. Currently, no military grave associated with the battle is known. In 1970, a small mass grave containing the remains of 4 people were discovered in Arató Street at Kismegyer. But the interpretation of mass grave identified during rescue excavation is questionable. We are probably not wrong to say that the greatest threat to the battlefield today is the illegal metal detecting treasure hunting and the urbanization. A worthwhile future undertaking would be the erection of the multilingual information panels on the battlefield's main topographical features, showing the events of 1809. The build of the cycle route between Győr and Pannonhalma of 2020 could create another valuable opportunity to integrate the battlefield into the regional heritage-friendly tourism. The State Park of Nagyharsány is another good example of the presentation of the historical battlefields in Hungary. The battle at Harsány Hill, or the Second Battle of Mohács, was a significant event of the Turkish Wars of Hungary in 1687. The battle ended with a glorious victory of the army of the Holy League. The Battle of Harsány Hill was a well-documented battle of the Turkish Wars of Hungary. Several military reports, war diaries, newspaper articles, pamphlets, and engravings describe the actions of the battle. Thanks to the research, the written and pictorial sources, and the archaeological research, the area of the battlefield is well defined in the modern landscape. The battle has several significant memorial sites at Nagyharsány, Villány, and Mohács in Baranya County. The Statue Park of Nagyharsány, which was established in the second half of the 20th century, has been extended with an exhibition area, a central monument, a nature trail, and information boards today. The military heritage is a complex part of the cultural heritage. The military heritage includes the historic battlefields, the military graves, the wreck sites, and the military built structures or buildings. An important aspect is that the military heritage can be part of the historic landscape, a memorial site, and a tourist site. In Hungary, a significant step in the protection of cultural heritage is the inclusion of military heritage in the definition of cultural heritage from 2014. An important goal is the creation of the informal database of the military heritage. A major challenge of the protection of cultural heritage today is the fight against illegal metal detector relic hunting. For historic battlefields, preservation and presentation are key objectives today. The three pillars of preservation and presentation are the basic scientific research, the database building, and the scientific dissemination. The modern field survey of historic battlefields combined with metal detecting instrumented fieldwork began in Hungary in the 1990s. An important aim of the Military History Institute and Museum is to compile the register of the Hungarian historical battlefields. The construction of the database is supported by significant parallels with the United States and the United Kingdom. An important task of the Military History Institute and Museum is to provide a forum for the presentation of the results of research on the conflict archaeology in Hungary. The museum's yearbook, the Bulletin of the Military History Museum, and the Institute's journal, the Quarterly of Military History, regularly publish articles on conflict archaeology, as well as books, exhibitions, and conference reviews. In 2022, the Military History Museum organized the 5th National Conference on War, Archaeology, and Cultural Heritage Protection in Budapest. The community archaeology programs linked to museums and universities are an important aspect of disseminating scientific knowledge today. Community archaeology is clearly having a major impact on the archaeology of historic battlefields. The community archaeological research has produced significant results in the study of several Hungarian historic battlefields. Finally, it should be mentioned that the concepts of national monument site and historic memorial site in the Act of 2001 on the cultural heritage protection could play an important role in the future protection of historic battlefields as important sites in Hungary. Finally, I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie. Thank you for your speech. Ostatni wykład z tego panelu wygłosi dla...
The last presentation will be given the Ugucing Dynamic, representative of Turkish Historical Society.
Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Urcenk Deniz İmamoğlu from Turkey, Turkish Historical Society. And before beginning, I would like to thank the museum, the administration of the museum and the Polish government for organizing such a beneficial and qualified event and inviting me. Today, I will tell about our institution, Turkish Historical Society, and touch upon recent projects of it. As it is known, nations and governments attached importance to history for centuries in many parts of the world. From the 19th century on, especially in Europe, history institutions were established or supported by the rulers of the countries. In a similar vein, after the promulgation of the Republic of Turkey in 1923, Turkish elites and high society gave priority to history and historiography. Accordingly, the Research Committee for Turkish History was established in April 1930 and gathered firstly on 4 June 1930. Distinguished Turkish historians took part at the center of this organization, which constituted the base of today's Turkish Historical Society. The committee often convened with the participation of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, founder of modern Turkey. By the way, the importance he attributed to history could be understood from the fact that he ordered to give shares to Turkish Historical Society from his estate. This is his handwriting about to give shares to the society. The society discussed various subjects of history and published outlines of Turkish history, which constituted the base of a new understanding of history in Turkey. In 1935, the society adopted its eventual name as Türk Tarih Kurumu, Turkish Historical Society, and in 1982, Atatürk Supreme Council for Culture, Language and History was established, and the society began to carry out its activities under that council and related with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. According to the law, the society is a legal entity which functions to research, publish, and promote Turkish history at home and abroad in a scientific way. Currently, more than 130 employees work within the society in the central organization. On the other hand, approximately 300 archaeologists of the society work in the excavations in various parts of Turkey. When we look at the activities of the society, since its foundation, Turkish Historical Society has been organizing scholarly conferences, publishing books and journals, and has played a major role in Turkish historiography with its support to a great number of studies on Turkish and Turkey's history. These all turned the society into one of the worldwide known and respected institutions on history. Regarding the scholarly conferences, the society started a significant tradition with Turkish History Congress, which was firstly convened in 1932. In 1937, second congress was gathered with international researchers, for example, such as Stefan Przeworski, who came from Warsaw to Istanbul to attend the congress. In October 2022, this month, 19th Turkish History Congress was held with international and wide participation like the previous ones. In addition to that, the society often holds national and international symposia, conferences, panels, and various fields of history and related sciences. Publishing books and periodicals means another important activity of the society. Belleten, which is a quarterly published and peer-reviewed journal of Turkish Historical Society, began its journey in 1937 and reached its 306th issue in August this year. Today, it is a prestigious place within prevailing international index systems, such as Arts and Humanities Citation Index, America History and Life, Arkeologische Bibliographie, Historical Abstracts, Türkologische Anzeige, and Scopus. Another periodical of the society is Höyük, that is a peer-reviewed journal on archaeology and excavation reports, and its 7 issues have been published so far. Third periodical of the society is Belgeler, meaning documents, and it aims at publishing archival documents from the Ottoman period, and recently its 37th issue has been released. As well as those periodical, the societies publish scientific books too. In the screen, you will see some of our books about Turkish-Polish history. Upon the application of the authors through an online system, editorial board of the society examines the work, then sends it at least to 2 referees who are expert on the field. If they authorize scientific value, the society publishes it in a book format. So far, Turkish Historical Society has published more than 2,000 different books, original works, translations, editions, chronicles, symposium proceedings, facsimiles, etc. These works mostly cover archaeology, Central Asian Turkish history, Selçukid and Ottoman Turkish history, general Turkish history, history of the Turkish Republic, and European history. Books of the society attract national and foreign readers' attention. In addition to aforementioned activities, The society also supports research projects, archaeological excavation, and surface surveys. Today, the society contributes to more than 140 archaeological excavations in various parts of Turkey. They include famous ancient sites like Troy, Olympos, Laodicea, etc. It also grants scholarships to the undergraduate and graduate students of social sciences. Today, more than 1,000 students are holders of scholarship of the society. As another important issue, Turkish Historical Society provides contributions to the studies of national and international researchers through its library and archival services. Library of the Society, one of the richest specialized research libraries in Turkey, contains around 203,000 materials, books, periodicals, encyclopedia, CD, maps, etc. in its collections. All the records of those materials are accessible via the library internet system. The library collection is being expanded via continuous purchasing and exchange. Those library materials exchange program is conducted with 220 international and 13 national institutions and research centers. This forum could be a chance for us to establish connections between our institutions for book exchange, so we can also talk about that later. Furthermore, around 16,000 rare printed books in the collections are digitized, which can be accessed and downloaded by the users. The society also possesses a very rich and precious archive and valuable documentation with its special collections as the Atatürk's photo collection, personal archive of the leading individuals of Turkey, newspaper archives, and various archival documents of the Republican period. Also, Turkish Historical Society is a member of important international scientific organizations such as International Committee for Pre-Ottoman and Ottoman Studies, CIEPO, International Association of Studies of Southeast Europe, International Committee of Historical Sciences, International Committee of Military History, International Union of Academies, and go on. Moreover, the society is authorized to sign Memorandum of Understanding for scientific cooperation with equivalent institutions all over the world. For example, today, the society established connections with history institutions in Hungary, Azerbaijan, Republic of Korea, Moldova, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, etc., etc. Turkish Historical Society has a scientific board composed of academicians and researchers whose condition for election is determined by regulation. These activities of the society are being run by the head of the society, the staff, and the commissions composed of researchers from the scientific board. Also, the society has a central headquarters in Ankara, capital city of Turkey, and book sale shops in Ankara and Istanbul. Online shopping is also possible. Actually, as it can be understood so far, this society is not responsible for any museum or only one historic battlefield. Rather, its activities vary in chronological and thematic way. However, there is a rich tradition of the society on military history studies. So far, a number of books were published and many conferences were held to determine various battlefields and to handle different aspects of the battles from the First Age to contemporary era. Therefore, a lot of battlefields of Turkish history in Anatolia, Balkans, Caucasus, Middle East, Central Asia, and North Africa, directly or indirectly, are within area of interest of the society. Now, I'd like to briefly introduce some current and related projects of the society, in addition to the ones mentioned above. For several years, Turkey has been living centenaries of important historical events. 1919 and 1923 were the years of Turkish national struggle for the liberation of Turkey and the Turks. Thus, nowadays, significant activities are carried out to commemorate the past. In August 1922, Turkish army started an attack to the occupying forces in central Anatolia and drove them away to the Aegean coast. Therefore, our society is organizing investigative tours to the field. Mostly the students and teachers are invited to tour. The course of the event is told and revived true to time and route. Moreover, experts of military history record videos in the battlefield, and they are streamed on social media accounts of the society to reach larger audience. This constitutes an example of modern research and promotion of history. Therefore, the society aims at applying the same method to introduce other battlefields, from ancient age to modern history. Similarly, Battle of Manzikert in eastern Anatolia, dated to 11th century, is also discussed through various aspects. In addition to conferences and publications about it, an infographic was prepared and submitted to press and social media to create awareness on the event. Another important project of the society focuses on social and scholarly side of Second World War era. As it is known, a number of German and Austrian scientists and artists came to Turkey in 1930s and 1940s due to the threats they faced in Europe. Therefore, while they found chance to live and work in a free environment, they also contributed to academic, bureaucratic and social life of Turkey. Thus, children and grandchildren of those European scientists are invited to various workshops and conferences. In this way, their memories are cherished and history writing of the period is enriched. This photo was from a panel in Munich, and children and grandchildren of German and Austrian scientists came to us and told their memories. Next, in order to keep the personal records and memories of significant diplomats, commanders, and bureaucrats, and to convey them to next generations, the society started a docu-series under the name of Living History. Another series with similar motivation focused on local historians who research the political, military, and social history of their cities with the name of Those Who Set Their Heart on History. As local histories could sometimes be overshadowed by macro studies, this series aims at unearthing the micro-narrative of the cities, which could definitely contribute to historical understanding. You can see some useful links about our institution, book applications, library catalog, archive, or online shopping for books. All in all, Turkish Historical Society has been researching Turkish history for more than 90 years. Although classical methods of publication and conferences continue, the society tries to adapt itself into new technique and ways of research to reach other parts of the world as well as future generations. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo wszystkim prelegentom za przemówienia w tej części konferencji. Za moment wysłuchacie Państwo dyskusji wszystkich uczestników tej sesji. Będzie to doskonała okazja, żeby nie tylko poznać przygotowany przez prezenterów materiał, ale także dowiedzieć się dodatkowych informacji. Tutaj, proszę nam wybaczyć, moment organizacyjny.
Ciszej trochę. In a moment, you'll hear all the presenters. In the meantime, I'd like to invite to the floor the moderator, Karol Szejka.
Karol, over to you.
Panel discussion from the first part of our conference, and we have Mr. Balázs Polgár from the Military History Institute and Museum in Budapest. We have Mr. Norman Kramp from Darwin Military Museum. Would you please come on stage, please? We have Reima Hapoja and Minna Torkola from the Winter Worn Museum, Ratenportti in Finland. Mr. Ugo Cenk Imamoglu from Turkish Historical Society. And Mr. Adam Jovanovski from the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. The leading thread of the first part of the conference was battlefields, archaeology, research, preservation of the material remains of military conflicts. And I will now address our panelists with a few questions. Thank you very much for your exciting presentations. And I will ask each of our panelists to answer a question. And we'll begin with Mr. Balázs. At Westerplatte, we try to display original relics of the battlefield within the space of the original battlefield. So how are these original, genuine battlefield relics better displayed within the space of an original battlefield than, for instance, in comparison, in an indoor museum? How do they tell the story of the battlefield better? In what way?
The work is start at the archives. We have to research the maps, the air photos. At first, we would like to make a field walking, and after that we start the metal detector survey. We collect artifacts from the battlefields. The artifacts have GPS coordinate, and after that we can make the artifact pattern. And in the end, I would like to summarize our research in publication or on website.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it is very important to bring the genuine battlefield artifacts for display for public viewing. And my next question would be to, I would be interested in an answer to the question, and I would perhaps address Mr. Norman Kramp, because we've talked about your museum trying to obtain genuine wartime relics. Would you accept displaying replicas in a battlefield or in a museum instead of genuine artifacts? And do you actually accept displaying these replicas? And do replicas carry the same story emotionally to potential visitors?
Well, I think the answer to that question is yes to both. I think it depends on what the object is and how valuable it is, its historic value. For instance, at the museum in Darwin, we have quite a large collection of paper documents, handwritten diaries, things like that that we would never put on display that people could touch, but we would do copies of those and display them so that people can get a sense of what the feeling was at that time in Darwin in war years. It was the period, as I said before, first time Australia was ever attacked. Darwin remains the most bombed and attacked place in Australia. So a lot of those documents are, well, they're irreplaceable for a start. I think there is a place in any museum for replicas and reproductions. For example, we put reproduction period uniforms on display so people can feel the texture, they can look and feel the material in, say, a uniform worn by an Australian soldier in the First World War, and then go and do the same thing to a uniform that's worn by a soldier in, say, Afghanistan, and see the difference in technology, and see the difference in the way of not just the textiles, but the accoutrements that go with it. It's very important that we see the development of the technology in industry, but there are some things that you can't. I don't think it fits purpose if you have an original relic, say, of a vehicle or the wreckage of an aircraft or things like that. We would place that on display as it is. But if we have an object, say a Second World War truck, where the engine and the transmission and everything is still complete, we would rebuild that and make the vehicle operational again so you can start it and drive it and give people a sense of, again, what the machinery of war was like 80 years ago. So I know it's, in Australia we would say it's a 2-bob each way bet, you know, to say yes and no at the same time. But I think that's the only answer that fits. There is a place for both, and it really comes down to the object and the significance of it.
Thank you, Mr. Norman Cram. The next question is for Winter War Museum, Rahtaport in Finland. We've seen in your presentation that you have an absolutely marvelous collection of genuine artifacts in your museum. What was the challenge behind gathering such a tremendous collection of genuine artifacts?
Okei, eli meidän museossa on hirveän hyvä kokoelma näitä esineitä, että miten se on, onko se ollut vaikeaa kerätä niitä. Ja hän tarkoittaa sitä, että sitähän voi sanoa, että sitä, no joo, eli sitähän on maastossa vielä vaikka kuinka paljon.
Meidän museossa on hyvin paljon alkuperäistä materiaalia. Me olemme saaneet niitä esimerkiksi suomalaisilta veteraaneilta. Tietysti on maastostakin löytynyt vielä jonkun verran ja löytyy edelleenkin granaatteja, jopa kiväärejä, pistimiä, kypäriä. Ja tietysti sieltä löytyy maastosta edelleenkin venäläisiä sotilaita, heidän jäännöksiään. Ja suomalaiset yrittää löytää edelleenkin meidän taistelualueelta niistä 10 kadonnutta suomalaista aktiivisesti.
Okay, we have in our museum, we have a lots of items. Small museum, but lots of original items. We have got them from, as a present from veterans. We have still in Finland few veterans who have fought in the Second World War. And also there still will be found in the forest and in the ground rifles, helmets, and of course the ammunition and everything, because the area is so big that nobody can check the all place from there. And also we have to say that there in the ground there will be thousands and thousands of Russian soldiers also still.
Ja Edelleenkin löytyy tosiaan niitä venäläisiä aika paljon. Meillä on tälläkin hetkellä 30 vainajaa on säilytettynä meidän museossa. Ja odotamme sitä tilannetta, että voimme haudata heidät johonkin joukkohautaan, mikä tiedetään olemassa. Ja haudataan heidät sinne sitten siinä vaiheessa, kun tämä tilanne mahdollisesti rauhoittuu Venäjän kanssa.
Se ei kysynyt sitä ollenkaan, niin vastaan.
Ei se kyllä vastaa vaan.
Okay. Of course, we didn't crown the museum. There were already items quite a lot, but still on this years that we have been here, we have got a lot of more. And also, now we are talking about the items, but still Reima told me that tell the people that in our storage room we have also 31 dead bodies of young Ukrainian soldiers. And because of the situation now, it's difficult. Normally we talk with the Russian with them, but now it's a situation difficult. We keep the boys in a safe to bury them in a decent place a little bit afterwards.
Thank you, Mina. Thank you, Reima. The next question is for Adam Jovanovski, archaeologist who's been involved in the excavation for the last few years. And Adam, I would like to ask you this question. Why is it important to excavate skeletal remains of the battle participants, in this case Westerplatte soldiers, or any battle participants, and why is it important to run this process of a very complicated process of identification of these bodies?
I think it is crucial to find those fallen soldiers and to start a process of giving back names to those soldiers, because the process which started, for example, in Westerplatte, started 83 years ago, but those fallen soldiers didn't have any decent burial at all. So now we are finishing the story that started earlier. Of course, it is a process of giving the information to the families that didn't know what happened to their closest relatives. So that's crucial in our work, just to give an ending to the story that started. I think it is most important for a civilized society to honor their dead, and without that identification, that won't be possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Adam. Ugo Chang Imamolo, I would like to ask you about the battlefields in Turkey, because Turkey, over the years, it has been ground for numerous battles involving different nations. How do you deal with skeletal remains that are found in Turkey? Is there a procedure for returning those remains to the countries they belong to? Or what is the procedure? Because obviously you will not find in Turkey only Turkish battle casualties, but also you will find battle casualties from other countries.
In Turkey, until recently, there was a belief or understanding that let the fallen soldiers rest in peace and we should not make any problems for their souls. But later on, this system and the understanding started to change, and exhumation, according to scientific technique, scientific methods, gained importance, because in addition to honor the fallen soldier, there is other important way of exhumations. There are other important reasons for exhumations. For example, identifying the troops of the fallen soldier, the regiments, and the sequence of the war could be understood when exhumation is carried out according to new techniques, scientific methods. The important thing is that it should be carried out through scientific ways and by the experts. And in Turkey now, for example, we know Gallipoli. There are cemeteries of different nations, not only Turkish, the British, the Anzacs, and other fallen soldiers. These are both to honor their souls and also to take useful information about the war.
Thank you, Dennis. One last thing I would like to ask Mr. Balash. We've seen in your presentation a sketch of a skeleton. Obviously, these are early 19th century battles. What happens in Hungary to skeletal remains that are found from those early 19th century battles? And obviously, you know, but you can't identify these soldiers, or perhaps you can. What is the procedure behind finding these skeletal remains?
Yeah, yes. Voltaire said that to the living we owe respect, but to the dead we owe only the truth. The research on war graves is a very important scientific and war remembrance activity in our museum. The scientific research on military burial sites is an important task of the Military History Institute and Museum. The archaeological excavations, the anthropological research, and the archive research can provide important data to help identify the remains of a soldier buried in a war grave. And exhumed human remains can be reburied in the dignified manner in the nearby cemetery or the military cemetery.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, dear panelists, for your interesting presentation. Thank you for this short panel discussion. We will now take a short break and come back for the second part of the forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. We're about to start the second session of the conference entitled The Development of the Battlefield Area and the Activity of Museums in the Context of Accessibility and Social Responsibility. During this part of the conference, we'll have 7 presenters. At this point, I'd like to ask Mrs. Ewelina Daszewska, representing the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, none of the events of the Polish September 1939 has received such diverse commemorations as the defense of the Westerplatte. One should just mention the great amount of works, hundreds of articles and memoirs, guidebooks, interviews, reports, documentaries, broadcasts, feature films, dozens of testimonies, soldiers' testimonies, witness testimonies, photographs, albums, and finally material, artifacts, memorabilia, traces of the battle preserved in the actual topographical space. During my presentation, I'd like to tell you about Westerplatte as a phenomenon of place, about the social responsibility of the museum, as well about the project dealing with education that we are conducting here as part of museum activities. According to the report of the Gdańsk Tourist Organization, Westerplatte is a place which is among the top sites visited by tourists in Gdańsk during the tourist season of 2021. From mid-June till mid-September, the city of Gdańsk was visited by 1,100,000 tourists. Out of those people, 34.5% visited Westerplatte. And Second World War Museum was visited by 29.4%, and the Oliva Cathedral, very well-known site on the tourist map of Gdańsk, 16.9%. Without a doubt, the 7-day defense of Westerplatte in September 1939 remains a phenomenon, but not just that. The location of the peninsula is also quite unique. It is situated between the Bay of Gdańsk and the Port Channel. The area we are currently taking into consideration takes about 20 hectares, occupies about 20 hectares. At the beginning of the 1820s, a regular network of straight tree-lined alleys was set up, making communication in the peninsula easier. But before that, the peninsula was being prepared to prepare a public bathing beach, which eventually took place in 1838. However, back in 1801, similarly to other section of the Gdańsk coast, activities were initiated which were aimed at reinforcing the coast, dunes, the coastal dunes, by planting appropriate vegetation and solidifying the harbor channel. So this unfriendly terrain was reshaped into a attractive place, a place also for recreation for the residents of Gdańsk. The plantings which were conducted back then proved to be rather unstable and degraded, not just due to natural causes because of challenging vegetative conditions, but also as a result of military events that took place here between 1807 and 1813. In the years to come, in the early 1820s, As I've mentioned, a regular network of straight tree-line alleys appeared, which facilitated communication within the peninsula. Gradual adaptation of the site to the function of a sea bathing resort took place. This project was executed by the architect Martin Daniel Kruger. Facilities for bathers were also constructed. The woodland area was carefully cultivated. The green areas of Westerplatte were essentially formed in the period before the bathing establishment was set up. However, after 1838, the owner of the establishment maintained with care the area and took steps to create additional facilities, such as an ornamental garden in the immediate vicinity of the bathing buildings. The establishment of military transit depot and change of the function of the peninsula also led to gradual degradation of the resort right from the beginning of the garrison. The remnants of the recreational areas were used, were given more of a military function. What remained were neglected orchards, fruit plantations, potato fields, as well as beetroot and cabbage farms. There was also a horse stable here and a pigsty. And in the 1930s, the farm was called Nikolaev and played a part as a kitchen and food storage facility of the depot. These functions were maintained until the final days of Westerplatte. The defense of the bastion became a heroic, mythical almost event, which eventually entered the Polish historical canon. Despite the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy, and the Polish defenders defended the post. However, they were unprepared for a battle lasting several days. The soldiers of the Polish military transit depot were supposed to hold out for a day, but they actually continued to resist for 7 days. So Westerplatte became a symbol of steadfastness and heroism of the Polish soldier who fought a battle to defend his home invaded by overwhelming enemy forces. The phrase "Westerplatte is still holding out," which was broadcast by the Polish radio every day from 1st to 7th September 1939, raised the morale of Polish soldiers who defended their homeland in other sections of the front. On the picture, you can see on the right side the garrison commander, Major Sucharski, who capitulates to the German officer. Today, the Museum of the Second World War faces a tremendous challenge. The challenge represented by construction of the Museum of Westerplatte and the Defensive War of 1939. It's going to be an open-air museum which will restore the history of the operation of the military transit depot, which would aim at presenting the every life of its soldiers, especially during the period of 1925 to 1939. An integral part of the revitalization of any era is recognition, or actually researching, studying the natural resources of a given site, and the flora and fauna, and by now we have a complete picture of the species and age structure of the vegetation of trees on this site. As well, we have identified the species of all birds nesting here. Without a doubt, the natural resources of this area are one of its strong points. Have very unique tree groupings here. Among them, the biggest group is made out of those which appeared here after 1939. Nevertheless, it's quite a phenomenon that we also have here in the peninsula, trees which come from the period 1925, 1939, 200 specimens, and even older trees dating to before 1925, also numbering about 200. Our priority today is to ensure the highest possible standards of maintenance of the site and ensuring safety of the visitors. As a public space, the Westerplatte Museum should meet specific needs by furnishing it with elements of outside architecture such as benches, bins, illumination, lighting, public toilets, making an environment which would be also friendly for people with special needs, which would include not just those with disabilities, but also pregnant women, families with children, senior citizens. The needs of these groups are related, among others, to the elimination of unnecessary architectural barriers and saturating the area with friendly architectural elements or properly developed information signage. The recreational dimension of the peninsula is the second of the four axes that are the leading elements which are of key to the new museum. In addition, we have the military axis, crucial for the construction of the museum, the axis of the development of the peninsula, as well as the axis of historic remembrance, which would beginning in September 1939. This holistic approach to revitalization allows for maintaining space for the idea of memory, which would connect the past with the present. Of course, it's quite a challenge both for us as a museum and as well as a challenge for those participating in a contest set up by the museum for architectural plan of the area. The Second World War Museum in Gdańsk manages the area with a profound responsibility for proper governance, public resources, and the environment in which it operates. It's a modern institution that conducts activities taking into account social and environmental interests as well as relations with various parties, with stakeholders. The experience of such a devastating armed conflict as the World War II should result in treating it with great maturity, especially when it comes to grading the future, which is why the management of the museum cooperates strongly, for example, with the youth museum council, consisting of young people who have the possibility to impact the operation of our museum. They can participate in our work, they can voice their opinions, ideas dealing with ongoing activities. The museum cooperates with various entities by organizing, participating in events of organizational, charitable character. Among the programs that the museum supports are projects for children and youth aimed at building their social and historical awareness. They were organized by schools, educational institutions, as well as NGOs. The museum is also an institution which is open to the development of its employees. It proposes to its employees additional benefits. It's always ready to invest in their training and improving their qualifications. The clear, transparent structure of the museum allows the employees to use their talents appropriately. The year 2020 was quite a unique time, and modern history due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And not just in our country, but throughout the world, the time of pandemic was a very difficult period. The museum at that time conducted a number of activities which were aimed at communicating responsibility in fighting the disease. Among such measures, we had a program in April 2020 called the Mask and the Book. It was then that our institutions distributed among city inhabitants 18,000 sets consisting of a face mask and a book published by the museum. It was a symbolic gesture which showed the support of the local community in that very difficult time. It was also an expression of care about their health. Another example was the project Hotel for the Medic, a campaign directed at medical staff working in our province, in Pomeranian Voivodeship. The museum donated, free of charge, rooms located in the hotel part of the institution. Of key importance was also making available the underground park of the museum for operation of the COVID-19 test center. It was a very important event, a very important initiative. The residents of our city could simply drive into the parking lot and undergo a COVID test. We are an institution which cares for common historical and cultural heritage. We are aware also of the importance of the natural environment, which of course we all should do our utmost to take care of, especially these days. Our overall goal is taking care of social and historical heritage. One of the integral parts of caring for this common good is, as I've mentioned, taking care of the natural environment. That's why, as part of these steps, the museum has carried out a number of projects. For example, installation of drinking water fountains as in the office part of the building, as well as the publicly accessible parts, which limits use of plastic. Recycling bins were placed throughout the museum. We also set out a flower meadow next to the museum to encourage biodiversity in the city. We've also taken similar steps on the Westerplatte Peninsula, where we've left enclaves of natural vegetation in order to increase its biodiversity. An important breakthrough in our activity in environmental protection was starting cooperation with the Voivodeship Fund or Environmental Protection and receiving from this institution financial support. It allowed us to start a pilot project, Ecological Stories, in the service of ecology. Supporting such ecological education for children and young people as well as for adults is vital, of course, since it promotes pro-ecological, patriotic behaviors onto the family level and allows for development of responsible attitudes when it comes to the environment. As part of this Ecological Stories project, lectures were led, lectures on the impact of wars and armed conflict on the natural environment, as well as lectures and workshops for children, youth, adults, dealing with, for example, the cuisine of the occupation time. In other words, how did civilians manage to feed themselves during that period? One of the elements which was very important as part of this project were also historical and landscape walks, as well as ornithological walks. The idea here was to learn about the nature and ecological reality of the peninsula by observing and experimenting with nature. Such a formula of education stirs curiosity and creates a protective attitude when it comes to the world of nature. As part of ecological stories, we organized in the movie theater of the museum. We organized film screenings for children, for youth, for adults. And the main theme here was nature. As part of the means we've obtained for carrying out that project, and next to our headquarters, we've created an educational pocket garden aimed at the youngest visitors to the museum. In the organized activity sector, about 1,800 people participated in activities around that facility. I'd like to end my presentation by a quote from Amelia Earhart, which is timeless, and which can be also applied to the ecological activity of institution. I quote, "The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity." I do hope that by presenting our work, our activities when it comes to social responsibility, we've been able to inspire to act to those of you who have not yet decided to do so. I also hope so that I've been able to point your attention to the unique character of the Westerplatte Peninsula, which make it a special place and which give the possibility of not just building up patriotic attitudes, but also guarantee the possibility of thinking, pondering the modern definition of patriotism in beautiful natural surroundings. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to ask director of the 1866 Museum in Czechia, Mr. Jan Hrubecki.
Witam Państwa.
For the opportunity to speak here on this conference and be here in the beautiful World War II Museum of Gdańsk. I'm coming from a museum of city of Hradec Králové in eastern Bohemia. Our institution was established in 1880, so we are one of the oldest museums in Czech Republic. And my department, which is covering the story of Austrian-Prussian War in 1866, because it is much more known as a Schlacht bei Königgrätz, decisive and the largest battle of this conflict. It took place about 14 kilometers from my hometown, from Hradec Králové. So my department is about covering the story, covering the reasons of the war, and also being able to protect a vast number of monuments. We have 480 monuments of this battle in our region of Eastern Bohemia. And that department, which I'm head of, was established in 1936. But my topic is quite different. It is the phenomenon of the military enactment. Something what started as an unusual hobby, but became some sort of unique bond between historical institutions and the public. the very eve of reenactment in Czech Republic is dated in mid-1980s, and it was focusing on the era of Hussite wars. For obvious reasons, because the earlier 15th century was ideologically humiliated by the communists in their own perspective of our history. Therefore, all these events were watched by the secret police, STB. They were tolerated, not supported by the state, because in philosophy of Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, every citizen must be controlled, even in his free time. So, therefore, if you will be pretending that you are some sort of medieval knight, you be followed by the secret police. It is hard to estimate the exact numbers of reenactors in that time, probably a few dozen individuals. The golden age of the Czech reenactment is coming after Velvet Revolution, after fall of communist regime in 1989 and during 1990s, where the Czech society discovered the era which we referred about the First Republic, 1920s and 1930s. And that's some sort of Czech specialty, because the large number of events took places in our fortification systems built between 1935 and 1938. So that's some sort of specialty to reenact actually military operations, which never happened. So that's a big if of our history, and it's very, very popular among the Czech public till recently. This picture is taken in 1991. It's one of the first so-called reenacting of a possible Czechoslovakian-German war following the Munich Agreement in 1938. The most important events now, there are plenty of them. And you can choose almost any historical era. For example, Napoleonic Wars, era of Maria Therese, the famous Habsburg Emperor. As I mentioned, Austrian-Prussian War, Great War, mobilization of 1938, World War II. Many, many festivals are almost traditional, repeating each year. For example, this poster is about the recreation of Battle of Königgrätz, so it's taking place at very neighboring to my department. It's very popular. It's a real phenomenon. Tens of thousands of Czech people are coming for reenactment, large festivals. For example, as I referred to Battle of Königgrätz, is it working? Now it's working. The average number of visitors coming each year to see the battle and go to the museum on the July 3rd, on the anniversary of the battle, is 25,000. So it's pretty impressive. And, sorry? Yeah, okay. And also the budgets for military reenactment increased rapidly. Nowadays, we are talking about millions of Czech crowns in budgets. And also, the reenactment is well understood by Czech state. So therefore, we can rely on our Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Culture, and so on. As I mentioned, almost every period in human history is now reenacted on some level in Czech Republic. You can see the Roman legionaries, you can see the siege of a medieval castle and a life during the times of our origin dynasty, the Přemyslovci dynasty. So you can choose, if you want to become a reenactor, you can choose almost everything in history. It applies also on the much recent conflicts. You can see the Napoleonic Wars. On the right, you can see the Austrian-Prussian War. And on the left, because this is also Czech specialty, that we like to expand even to the other continents. So these are Czech reenactors of American Civil War. and wars which took place in 18th century. There's one ethical question about Czech reenactment, because from the point of view of the law, there is no limitation for what unit, what army, which period you would recreate. And even in a case of recreation of German Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS. And there are no limitations for symbols like swastika and so on. It is totally legal to wear them in Czech Republic only for the purposes of reenactment. In this, we are very, very liberal, and probably we are a unique country in this approach to history throughout whole Europe. And reenactors of recent conflicts, because we are Museum of World War II, they also, for example, do the very untraditional units like Czechoslovakian pilots and Royal Air Force, and this is a recreation of the police department in late 1930s, and this is the recreation of the Czechoslovakian army in 1938. In a time of Munich crisis, as I mentioned, is a very, very huge topic for us. And this picture was taken a year ago during the making a new documentary for the museum owned by the state, referring about our fortification system. And I believe that the 10th soldier from the right is me. There's also one field in which the Czech reenactment is unique. There's a huge tradition of the Liberation Festival took in Pilsen. It's a very, very, very complete event covering the liberation of United States Army of the Western Bohemia. Actually, combat operations of US Third Army started on our territory on April 18th, 1945, and lasted till VE Day, till May the 8th. And there are 124 American servicemen who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Czech territory, plus dozens of B-17s, B-24 bombers, fighter planes shot down by the German AAA. And this topic was some sort of public secret during the 40 years of communist era. Therefore, after the Velvet Revolution, it became also very popular. And in 1990, actually, US Ambassador Ms. Shirley Temple, with our president, Václav Havel, started the first year of liberation of Pilsen. And till today this event is sponsored by US Army Europe. It is visited by the officers of the American forces stationed in Poland. And it's very, very popular. For example, this man here, this is Mr. George Thompson. He was a private in the 16th Armored Division, and he was one of the GIs liberating Pilsen in 1945. He's 97 this year, and I met him. This year, this photograph was taken this May. And for me, as a historian and as a director, it was quite an honor, because you have a real guy living with you, with the tent, eating the proper 1945 US Army meal from a mess kit, which you have. It's really something else. And also, there is no limitations of what military technology you might have and you might own in Czech Republic. Therefore, the only operational M4 Sherman tank is owned by the Club of Military History, where I am a member. And that's it. That's the actual Sherman. It saw action on the European theater operations from D-Day till Czechoslovakia. There are also large numbers of reenactors as a reenactment for us is also some sort of human resources for people working in museums and universities. I will get to that mobile museum later. There are archaeologists, museum historians, curators, there are reenactors. For example, this man here, that's my good friend and colleague, Dr. Mateusz Holas, and he is archaeologist focusing on the problematics of field fortifications of Austrian-Prussian War. And this is him in a full field gear of Austrian infantrymen. And another thing is cooperation between the reenactors and Czech state TV in a matter of making TV documentaries. This is exact replica of a radio used by Czechoslovakian paratroopers during the World War II. And this picture was taken in 2017 on 75th anniversary of the Operation Anthropoid, the assassination of Reinhard Heydrich. And this is the operational replica. So we broadcast from the exact spot where these paratroopers used this radio back to England. And so therefore there's a plenty of opportunities for reenactment to take place, to inherit the activities of museums and so on. The largest project which was able to even happen with the reenactors is called Legiovlak. It's about the recreation of armored train used by Czechoslovakian legionnaires during the Great War between 1918 and 1920, where our 60,000 strong army corps was fighting for an independent Czechoslovakian state in Siberia. And this is owned by our state veterans organization, but it couldn't be done, this project, without the support, vast support of reenactors. And many reenactors are actually working there as guides. Also, the very specific thing is, as I mentioned before, the Czechoslovakian fortification system built between 1935 and 1938. It is the largest project of a Czechoslovakian nation ever, because the number of fortification is more than 16,000. And during the communist era, it faced large portion of devastation because the state policy considered the era of First Republic, which is something banned from normal people. And after the Velvet Revolution, many civil groups came to these fortifications and starting to renovate it. So this is an infantry casemate NS-82. That upper photo was taken in early 1988, and this is the result of 30 years of effort of a group of enthusiasts and reenactors of Czechoslovakian army in 1930s. And this is a heavy machine gun Mag-37 you also have it in your exhibition. Also, many military vehicles were not only restored, but replicated by the reenactors. For example, this is the armor car Tatra Mag-30. It's the exact replica of that machine because all of those were destroyed or captured and then destroyed by the Nazis. And there are plenty of societies, companies, providing things for the reproductions, replicas for the reenactors. And there is a large amount of the research in the archives. For example, this is from the Austrian field manual from 1862, referring about a rifle sling. And this is an exact replica. Everything must be absolutely precise. So, for example, on the right, those are uniforms of the Czechoslovakian head of staff, Army General Ludvík Krejčí. He was the commanding general of Czechoslovakian army between 1933 and 1939. And this is a special made replica for the Czech TV series Czech Century. And these are the replicas of the helmets of Czechoslovakian state police during the late 1920s. What's the future of Czech Republic? Well, I believe that this field is quite promising. And recent conflicts will be reenacted on the same level as we are capable of doing it today. For example, these guys, they are not 1st Battalion United States Marine Corps reconnaissance, they are Czech reenactors. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to ask Glenn Olgen from the Canadian War Museum.
Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I can hear myself as well. Right. I'll just find the starting point. Okay. So, hello, everybody. It's exciting, very exciting to be here in Gdansk, Poland, and be amongst you as colleagues and friends. I've certainly enjoyed the presentations so far and the conversations and the questions, and congratulations to our organizers for putting this together. So I'm Glenn Ogden. I'm the Director of Exhibitions at the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa. As we know, every institution and historic site is different and unique. And in my presentation today, I'd like to give those of you who are unfamiliar with us as an introduction to who we are. And for those of you who do know us, an update as to what we've been doing recently and where we're headed. My theme today is the title of the presentation, The Canadian War Museum, an Evolving Museum. So I'll discuss how within our mandate and mission, we've been adapting and evolving to meet fresh expectations and new priorities. Excuse me. So who are we, the Canadian War Museum? Fundamentally, we are Canada's National Museum of Military History. We are a history museum which collects researchers and programs around how war and conflict have shaped Canada and Canadians. We focus on the human experience of war, emphasizing war as a devastating human experience. We aim to show not only how conflict has been experienced and impacted the development of Canada as a nation state, but also the consequences of war in its personal dimensions. We cover, as you will see, an ambitious scope of history, ranging from the first evidence of warfare in what became Canada from about 8,000 years ago through archaeological evidence, right up until the present, today, and missions such as Afghanistan. So what's our institutional context? So the Canadian War Museum is part of the Canadian Museum of History, based in the National Capital Region of Canada. The War Museum, whom I work for, is situated in Ottawa, whilst our sister museum, the Museum of History, which you can see on screen behind me, is located just over the Ottawa River in Gatineau, Quebec. So it's where Ontario, the province of Ontario, and the province of Quebec meet. The museum is part of the Canadian federal government portfolio of national museums, many of which are located in the capital. We are overseen by the Department of Canadian Heritage as an arm's-length Crown agency. Of note is that we have two official languages, French and English, and are mandated to provide equal services to the public in both. This brings with it a unique set of opportunities and challenges. we receive, and that's the Canadian Museum of History and the War Museum, significant funding from the federal government, which is around 83 million Canadian dollars each year for the whole corporation. However, we also benefit from substantial funding derived from revenue, from ticket sales and from private donors, which adds up to about another 15 million Canadian dollars a year. These figures are pre-pandemic, and of course, like everybody, we've been seriously affected by the pandemic as well. So we can, hopefully these figures will recover at some point. So I'll give you an overview of the museum. So the War Museum is located within an iconic building designed by acclaimed Japanese-Canadian architect Raymond Moriyama. So the current iteration of the museum was opened to the public in 2005. And this facility houses over 500,000 artifacts. And it includes up to 50,000 square feet of permanent and temporary exhibition space. It also includes our research function, and we house a military history research centre, which is, and together, the museum, our exhibitions and our offers are one of the must-see attractions in a visit to the capital region. Each year, pre-pandemic, we received about 500,000 visitors each year. And we're starting to recover, like many of us, and hopefully we'll see those figures again in the next couple of years. Just to give you a quick sense of the classic functions of the museum, our collections are rich and represent the strongest concentration of war-related objects, archival material and visual culture in Canada. Our holdings range from medal sets to missiles, archival documents to artillery pieces, and from uniforms to tanks. Our collections start within the era of New France, and we can represent the late 18th century onwards comprehensively. We collect actively and are expanding our collections each year. We also are home to the Beaverbrook collection of war art, which contains thousands of works of art which help document Canada's experience of war from the 19th century onwards. This much celebrated collection originated in the official war art programs from the First and Second World Wars and features some of Canada's most celebrated artists. For those of you who are familiar with Canadian art, our collection includes works from the celebrated Canadian Group of Seven from just over 100 years ago, who captured the First World War, and also such iconic artists in Canada, such as Alex Colville, who painted one of the image behind me, and also our first official female Canadian war artist, Molly Lamb Bobak, who was both active with military themes and also civilian themes post-war. The signature visitor offer at the museum are permanent exhibits known as the Canadian Experience Galleries. This is over 40,000 feet, or nearly 2 kilometers of exhibitions telling a national narrative of conflict from earliest times up to today and explores how war has shaped Canada. So I'll give you a quick overview of these galleries. So Gallery 1. This gallery tells the story of Indigenous warfare in Canada and its First Peoples, and how Canada, as we know it today, was shaped by the interactions between Indigenous peoples, the French and the British. It highlights the key turning point of the 1759 Battle of the Plains of Abraham and the British victory which brought Canada into the British Empire. This battle in the campaign was part of the 7 Years' War cycle, as we know it in North America. So Gallery 2, this gallery explores Canada's commitment to the Empire in both the South African and First World Wars, with an emphasis on the First World War. It shows how Canada began to develop its own sense of separate nationhood due to its commitment and achievements through both these conflicts, leading eventually to national autonomy in 1931 with other dominions around the empire. For a small country of about 7 or 8 million people, the First World War especially was a major and costly commitment, with over 65,000 war dead out of that figure, and it features prominently in the memory of the nation. So let's look at the Second World War. So this is, we have a very large Second World War gallery. not as large as this one here, but large enough. This gallery sees Canada engaged in multiple theatres as a full military and industrial partner of the Allies on the land, on the sea, and in the air, both in the war against Germany and the war against Japan, a war of mass mobilization. Almost 2 million Canadians served in uniform at home and abroad. Canada fought with distinction in areas such as the Battle of the Atlantic, the Italian Campaign, D-Day, Normandy, the Battle of Hong Kong, and liberated in 1945 the Netherlands in May. With a field strength of 250,000 soldiers, the Canadian Army, it was our largest formation in history, did include the celebrated 1st Polish Armoured Division. I'd like to recognise that. During 1944 and 1945, this war in particular transformed our country into a more modern, dynamic, diverse, industrialised society, which is very much the origins of the modern Canada today. We, of course, look at the Cold War. And finally, the Cold War and the post-war Cold War galleries explores Canada's role in Cold War conflicts, including Korea, its membership and deployments in NATO, as well as the country's very extensive United Nations peacekeeping commitments. We conclude at the end of this gallery, after we explore the turbulent 1990s in Europe and Africa, with Canada's involvement in Afghanistan. This was actually Canada's longest combat mission to date, in which over 30,000 Canadian men and women served through that period. I'd just like to touch on, we also operate a very popular travelling exhibitions program. As you can imagine, Canada is a very large country from coast to coast to coast. And so we've developed a robust special exhibitions program, which allows us to get, travelling exhibitions program, which allows us to get our content, our collections, as well as our Canadian storylines to people around the country. We serve venues right across the country, and it's part of one of our strategic mandates. The offers range from small photographic-based shows, which are easier for small institutions to take, to more complex object-based experiences that go into medium-sized museums. I highlight two of the offers on the screen behind me. The Wounded, this is a photographic exhibition which explores the recovery of veterans following traumatic events in conflicts such as Afghanistan, and Munnings, the War Years, an art-based exhibition documenting Canada's First World War experience by celebrated English artist Sir Alfred Munnings. We also have an extensive education and public programming offer, and we offer a broad range of program activities to the public and stakeholders. These range from on-site education programming, permanent and special exhibition activity support, and major commemorative programming, such as our annual Veterans Week programming, which culminates on Remembrance Day, 11th of November each year. We also offer significant outreach programming through our free online school programming and our physical education kits, which through to generous support through donors, we can offer free to Canadians wherever they are in the country. And finally, for this segment, research. Our research capacity, like for many of us, is the foundation of generating new knowledge, interpreting our collections and disseminating credible and robust history. We have a team of 7 historians under Research Director Dr. Tim Cook. Subject specialisms range from the colonial era, the world wars and war and society, as well as war art. We've also recently hired a historian of Indigenous history. In addition to research and applied research going into exhibitions, scholarly publications, and the public offerings, the research group also oversee the Military History Research Centre, available to all for their research projects. So I'll touch on the theme of the evolving museum. I'll go back to it. So today the War Museum is evolving, and we stand at a crossroads in terms of the type of institution we are. And we're poised at the beginning of a major renewal of our permanent galleries I've just discussed. They were designed about 20 years ago. So we're looking to go through a renewal process by the middle of this decade, towards the end of this decade, to accomplish that. But before we embark on that, I'll just touch a little bit on the previous 10 years to help set the context for where we are, how we've evolved, and where we're headed. So over the last decade, we've focused a lot on anniversaries. And it's probably interesting to dwell on them a little bit for you, because it throws some light on what's meaningful and important from a Canadian national perspective about the conflicts we've been involved in and what it really says about us. There's a common theme that we noted over the past decade or so, that it was becoming increasingly obvious to us that the days of a single national narrative, even around something like military history, around which Canadians could coalesce, were kind of numbered, and that it was imperative on the part of the museum to include more stories from hitherto unresearched and marginalised groups to tell a much fuller, authentic story of the past, as well as to benefit from new groundbreaking research that had been done. One of these examples was the War of 1812. This was the conflict that broke out between the United States, Britain, Canadian settlers and Indigenous peoples in 1812. It's not the minor conflict involving Napoleon going into Russia. And it had a lasting impact on our geographical boundaries. It helped form the border in the east and the centre with the United States. It also helped generate a sense of distinct non-American national identity amongst Canadians, and is seen as a step towards establishing Canada as a country in 1867. In exhibitions and programs, we were able to grapple with our colonial past and the often challenging relationship with Indigenous people. We created an approach which examined the War of 1812 from multiple perspectives, such as the American, British, Canadian and Indigenous ones, which you can see represented on screen. And we worked with communities and Indigenous specialists to ensure Indigenous stories in particular were told and integrated into the narratives. Our office travelled the country and internationally and were award-winning. This was a good example of moving away from a single national narrative, which we felt on the research side was increasingly outdated, and finding ways of including more voices around the table, also while stimulating discussion around a historical event that was now well over 200 years ago that still had some impact on the country. For the First World War, this was a major period of commemoration and anniversary. So this was a multi-year program that ran from 2014 to 2019, encompassing several large-scale exhibitions, including the one featured on screen, Vimy, which was a major Canadian battle in 1917, which was a major victory for the Canadian Expeditionary Force. We also conducted international partnerships, a broad range of educational programming and other research activities that were major contributions to scholarship. For Canada, the First World War was a major commitment for a small country with profound consequences in terms of national identity and national memory. These initiatives, whilst retelling some important Canadian moments of the war, again integrated different voices, such as women, people of colour, Asian Canadians and Indigenous people, to harness new research and be more inclusive, and kind of representing how far we travelled in terms of the research community of Canadian military history from the 1990s, when we started working on the new exhibitions that opened in 2005. And just recently, for the Second World War, we decided to embrace the 75th anniversary of the end of the war as the last meaningful moment when the veterans of that conflict will be with us in numbers. They're currently at 20,000 Canadians remaining, dwindling by the day, I must add. So while our choices showed national bias, they also, on reflection, showed the clearest switch yet from the big sweep of national history towards the personal one, sometimes intimate histories of Canadians swept up in war. We began with a fresh look at Canadians in D-Day and the Battle of Normandy in 2019, which was meant to be the start of a full and ambitious programme of activities. However, we were halfway through the construction of the special exhibition Forever Change, featured on the slide behind me, when the pandemic hit. Like all of us, our plans quickly evaporated in 2020, and we found ourselves trying to cling on to what we could of our programme. We moved what we could online, and 6 months late, we were able to open our major exhibition Forever Changed, Stories of the Second World War, It then promptly closed a few days afterwards due to another wave of the pandemic, but we did reopen it again later. This exhibition was groundbreaking for us. It was constructed entirely from newly researched or unheard personal stories of Canadian men and women, many representing diverse and inclusive communities. We were also able to re-establish or program exhibitions we had planned, such as the liberation of the Netherlands by the Canadian Army, and also the Holocaust. And the latter was a collaboration with the Anne Frank Museum in the Netherlands. So as I've stated earlier, the biggest change I experienced in my 20 years of Canadian military museology is that shift from the settled national narrative with a neat periodization, in some ways exemplified by our 2005 permanent galleries, to one which is more contested, owned less and less by an institutional gatekeeper such as a museum, and one in which unheard voices must take their place, critical events reassessed in the light of research, and perceived wisdom about national, community and personal legacies challenged. As many of you will know, this is not always easy, but the process can produce outcomes that are more meaningful and relevant for today's diverse audiences. Over the last several years, both the Canadian War Museum and the Museum of History have renewed its strategies, frameworks and working methodologies to foster an institution which is more fit for purpose as we approach the middle years of this century and acknowledges the changing cultural and social context taking place in Canada, a challenge like many countries face wherever we are. Imperatives include the need to accommodate and integrate fully Indigenous stories into our activities, not only as sound research and public educational practices, but as a requirement of Canada's truth and reconciliation process with Indigenous people. The image on screen, for example, shows an Indigenous veteran, Mr. Philip Favell. He was a Second World War veteran. He fought through the Battle of Normandy. He was injured. He was highly decorated, including being given the Legion of Honor by France. He was also an Indigenous advocate, and his service in the Second World War was one that he used to help further the rights and presence of his community throughout his post-war life. So looking at the next 5 years, at the War Museum, we've evolved our approach and generated a roster of activities and initiatives to help deliver on the various new objectives we had, which are then meant to be more inclusive, reflect diversity, and collaborate with external partners and communities throughout Canada. And the idea is to create an environment of shared authority, trust and commitment to tell Canadian stories as they are and represent who we are today as a country. So noticeably, we have planned more thematic, less anniversary-based projects. The goal is to appeal to new audiences and pivot to a more post-World War range of offers, including newer voices. I've got some examples on screen. So War Games. This is a major thematic exhibition to open in 2023, exploring the influence of conflict on civil society as seen through the lens of games, and also how games influence military strategy and training. There'll be an emphasis here on the post-Second World War era, and it takes us into thematic territory, exploring a universal dimension of war. The other example here is Outside the Lines, which is featuring women and war art. This will be a major special and traveling exhibition launched in 2024, which will explore the role and experience of women artists in documenting through art the Canadian experience of war from the 19th century to the 21st century. And this is built on new research that's been done over the past 15 to 20 years and exploits our art collection I discussed earlier. And looking north, for 2025, we're planning a major exhibition which will explore the Arctic as a military space and a place of conflict, with the voice of an experience of Inuit people a main driver and perspective in the presentation. This will be done in collaboration with Indigenous communities and stakeholders in this place which is becoming increasingly more important geopolitically, as well as being affected by climate change. And the final example, in 2026, we're looking to create an exhibition on Canada and its connections to the US Civil War. And it will explore a Canadian perspective perspective on the war, and it will integrate in particular the experience and perspectives of black Canadians who fought for the Union against slavery, as well as other Canadians. This will help throw a spotlight on our long-established black community, which were in many ways former slaves coming into southern Ontario and the Atlantic provinces, and look at their contribution as well as other contributions in shaping the world around them. So finally, thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I've given you a sense of like who we are as an institution. I look forward to the rest of the conference, and I encourage anybody who has any questions about my institutions or the initiatives that I've discussed here to seek me out or drop me a line. I'm happy to carry on the conversation. So once again, thank you very much.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you.
A tymczasem kolejny wykład wygłosi pani Jewgenia.
And now the next lecture by Yevgenia Shervina from the Poltava Battlefield State Historical and Cultural Reserve.
Before I started, I just want to thank you to all of the organizers, to the director of the Second World War in Gdansk for your invitation. It's a great honor to me to be here and to represent our institution and the central Ukraine here in Poland. And I just want to say that all of the Ukrainian people are very grateful for powerful support of Poland and to the number of European countries and other countries who have supported our people in the war started by Russia today. And now I would like to talk to you and to tell you about the State Historical and Cultural Reserve Poltava Battlefield. The Poltava battle that changed the political map of the Europe started at the 27th of June, 1709. And very famous French Enlightenment writer, historian and philosopher François Voltaire gave following assessment to the far-reaching consequences of the battle. There were many more bloody battles in the recent history, but none of them had such an important consequences. The medieval Moscow turned into the Russian Empire, and its further development was determined by the desire for the imperial greatness and the power, which was achieved primarily due to the enslaved people. Sweden lost its position in the Baltic, and as a result, renounced its imperial ambitions, directed the main state-building efforts to domestic development. As for Ukraine, Ukraine gradually lost the international legal factors that determined the autonomous status of the Hetmanate Cossack state and ceased to exist as an independent state. That is why each of the countries participant of Poltava battle now assess its own way. The history of Poltava Battle Museum was started when the Russian Empire was getting ready for the pompous celebration of the 200th anniversary of Poltava Battle. The painful defeat of the Russian-Japanese War in 1904-1905, the revolution of 1905-1907, the activation of the national liberation movements has forced the authorities to strengthen the imperial patriotic upbringing of the population. For this purpose, propaganda of the military historical past, the glorification of the power of the Russian Empire and its army were broadly used. The empire to continue to create a myth of the Battle of Poltava as a glorious victory. In 1909, a few monuments dedicated to the Battle of Poltava were built in the city and to the date of the celebration. A new museum dedicated to the Battle of Poltava was completed in the city suburb Swedish Grave. The Poltava Battle Museum was founded due to the efforts of its first director, ethnic Pole, famous resident of Poltava, Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Pavlovsky, who was a teacher of history at Peter Poltava Cadet Military School, local historian and social activist. During the years 1917-1918, the museum was several times plundered. And for this reason, Ivan Pavlovsky decided to move the remains of the collection to the Central Proletarian Museum of Poltava. Nowadays, it's our regional museum of local history and lore. And the museum was opened at the second time on the 23rd of September 1950 in the premises of the Invalid Houses, located in the city suburb Swedish Grave. The collection was replenished with the unique artifacts dated early 18th century, delivered as a gift from a number of the museums of the Soviet Union, including Hermitage, Tretyakov Gallery, Kyiv, Chernihiv, Lviv, and other historical museums. On the occasion of the 215th anniversary of the Battle of Poltava, a new hall with a diorama, The Battle of Poltava, was completed. And this diorama was created according to the work of the military studio of art. All walls of the new inaugurated hall were covered with the numerous military paintings that demonstrated the Soviet myth of the victory of Poltava. In the information of the second collection of the museum, together with the various institutions of the former Soviet Union, the Embassy of Poland participated, which provided the copies of the historical documents, in particular the copies of the correspondence of the famous statesman. Thus, in the Soviet period, the museum actively promoted communist ideology. In 1981, the Poltava Battlefield Museum was declared as a state historical and cultural reserve, which protected area is almost 720 hectares. The complex of the monuments Poltava Battlefield is listed in the State Register of Immovable Monument of Ukraine as an object of the national history. In the second half of the 1918s, the museum exposition was substantially modified. The chronological principles of showing the events of the Great Northern War was preserved, and the influence of Poltava battle on the course of Europe was shown. The museum exposition modified in honor of emphasize the participation of Ukrainian Cossacks, of Ukrainian people in the Great Northern War. In 1994, a new hall devoted to the history of Ukrainian Cossacks was opened, and it was modified in 2009. You can see on the slides our museum exposition, our modern museum exposition connected with the history of Ukrainian Cossacks, and some part of this exposition are closely connected with the history of Poland and the participant of Poland in the events of the Great Northern War. Due to the cooperation with the Swedish Society of Military History, the exposition of our museum was replenished with the items reliving with the participation of the Swedish Army in the events of the Great Northern War. Today, historical events are presented on the basis and the latest research and open sources, without politicization from the standpoint of the historical truth. The exposition is constantly updated. Informational materials have been developed on the history of Ukraine during the Great Northern War, because this topic was not covered during the Soviet period. In 2020, a new exposition on the skills of the time was created, which reveals the temporal interpretation of the event by Russia, Sweden, and Ukraine, because for each of the countries participant of the Battle of Poltava has diametrically opposite consequences. So as a result, different points of view on what happened close to the Poltava on the 27th of June, 1709. Today, the Poltava Battlefield Reserve is a very important scientific and methodological center, as well as a place that attracts many tourists from all over the continents and of course, from Europe. For the museum workers, scientific work is a very important component of our activity, and this is especially relevant for us, because more than 3 centuries, Russian historiography created a complex myth about the Battle of Poltava. Today, even some Russian historiographers, for example, Pavlo Krotov, Evgeny Anisimov, they passionately recognize this. A careful study of the historical sources call into questions to generally accepted ratio of the forces on the battlefield and the losses and the location of the configuration of the fortification and the location of the military units, the role of the individual military leaders on the battlefield, the duration and the causes of the siege of Poltava fortress, and other issues. The final conclusion requires a complex ecological study of the field, which unfortunately is impossible during the war in Ukraine. Research provides an opportunity to gradually free ourselves from the imperial narratives, especially regard to Ukrainian history, which was falsified by the Russians. Therefore, we consider educational work with the population, especially with the youth and adult audience. For example of this, I can show you the slides with our new exhibition project, which we organized on March 2021 with the Ukrainian National of Memory. This project is called in Ukraine as Mazepa, Charles XII and Peter I, top 10 myths of the Russian propaganda. So we also, we put the main goal of this project to debunk the most widespread myth about the events of the Great Northern War, Ivan Mazepa, Cossacks leader, and of course dedicated to Poltava battle itself. Special attention is paid to the figure of the hetman of Ukraine, Ivan Mazepa, whom Russian was called as a betrayer almost for 3 centuries, cursed him in their churches and slanders in the historical works. In fact, Ivan Mazepa, who held the hetman mace, who held the power in Ukraine almost 22 years in Ukraine, did a lot for Ukrainian economy and cultural life, development of Ukraine. So he led the armed uprising of the Ukrainian Cossacks with the aim of release them from the power of Moscow. The thematic excursion, which you can see in the slide, the sovereign, which we presented last year, is dedicated to the understanding the hetman's activities. The work of our forum is also coincided with a very important date in the Ukrainian history. This year, on the 25th of October, we are also presented a book dedicated to the hetman of Ukraine, Pilip Orlik. The world known him as one of the followers, one of the main followers of Ivan Mazepa, Cossacks leader, and he was achieved the Ukrainian immigration, and he was one of the first and main author of the first Ukrainian constitution, which was published in 1710. We also presented a new project, Mazepency, which is dedicated to the most famous Ukrainian fighters of the independence, which was organized in the immigration. So the main goal of this project is popularization, the knowledge about the great Ukrainians, the fighters of the independence of Ukraine. During the pandemic period, we also concentrated our attention on our new technology in our collection, and in the recent year we have paid a lot of attention to the issue of the modernization of the museum. So we also have informational touch screens which get acquainted you with our exhibition. You can find the territory of our field, and you can find much more information that you cannot find on our main exhibition. So we also presented different virtual tours around our reserve. We have also different touch screens in our exhibitions, and we have also QR codes on our territory and inside of the museum, which help you to acquainted with the different information. We paid a lot of attention to the history of Ukraine today and participants of Ukrainian Cossacks in the Great Northern War. We also have audio tours, and last year we also presented an audio tour on the Swedish languages, and we got a support from the ambassador from Sweden and the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. So we have also virtual and augmented reality, which get acquainted you with the events of the 18th century. You can charge the cannon, and you can see the assault of the Swedish army in the first period of the Poltava battle. So it's very popular among our tourists, and it's very popular among the school children. So this is a QR code which is also provided in the number of the museum in Poltava 2. You can find these QR codes on our museum complex, and you can find more detailed information. At the end of my speech, I would like to tell you some interesting facts and some of the pedagogical program that we issued in our museum. We call it like the Touch the History. It's dedicated to the children and youth audience. We organized a different thematical excursion for them, especially for the 8th grades who study the period of the Great Northern War and Poltava battle, according to their school curriculum. Students, they took an old maps, they determined the boundaries of the Battle of Poltava Fortress according to the unsigned plan. They draw the conclusions of the events of the Great Northern War and Poltava Battle. And we have a lot of program for children. This is a different quests which is provided on the territory of the museum complex. We also organized different thematical excursion connected with the history of Ukrainian Cossacks. Children learn tradition and culture of Ukrainian people. We also used a sand animation. It's very useful for the special audience, and it's very popular among the school children. And for the adult audience, we also providing thematical excursions. One of the most popular in our museum is a night at the museum. It is called Myths and Facts of Poltava Battlefield. We organize this excursion in the evening, and it's very popular among the organization and for many tourists, foreign tourists, which come to our museum. We have a lot of thematical excursion. We wanted to show another side of the Great Northern War. So this thematical excursion is called like the Great Northern War, the stories of the great love. We have a different thematical excursion around of our battlefield itself. Such kind of the excursion is called the Pass of the Dalekarlian Regiment. This was like one of the elite Swedish forces. The majority of them loses their lives in the Battle of Poltava. So this thematical excursion takes you to the events of Poltava battle. You could see the battlefield and to be in the center of this event. You can wear in the Swedish uniform and equipment, and it's quite interesting for those people who are interested in the history of this event. This year, we also presented a new thematical excursion. We use, today in Ukraine, the majority of our museum is closed for the visitors, and we have to find another way to communicate with them. So that is why we use the territory which is closely connected with our museum complex. This territory is called in Poltava as the Poltava Local City Park. And in Poltava we have an idea to combine these both objects, Poltava Battlefield and the Poltava Local City Park. And in the future, it could be one touristic road. So that is why we use this territory, and we organized the thematical excursion, which is called The Mystery of the Swedish Forests. This part of the forest was used by the Swedish soldiers when they retreat from the battlefield. So this is pictures from this thematical excursion. We also presented our exhibition project to the audience, and we also organized different thematical classes for the young people, from the kindergarten to the students audience. At the end of my speech, I would like to say that we also introduced in our town in Poltava also different European challenges, and we also joined to the number of the European events, especially with the Cultural Heritage Days, when we organized different thematical excursions which held every year in Poltava. We want to show, the main goal is to show and to protect our cultural monuments. So every year we also join to the International Day of the Tourists and the Day of Europe. So this is the end of my speech. Thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy tutaj za przemówienie, bardzo ciepło przyjęte.
Thank you very much, and for the very warm reception as well. At this point, I'd like to invite Madame Eileen Utterdijk, Director of the Historic Pacific Park in the United States. Aloha, pozdrowienia z historycznego parku z Pacyfiku. Bardzo miło jest być z Państwem tu dzisiaj i mieć szansę zaprezentować naszą instytucję, naszym kolegom oraz tym wielu z Państwa, którzy są zainteresowani tematem. Skoncentruję się na dwóch tematach. Druga wojna światowa na Pacyfiku. W jaki sposób możemy o niej nauczać, edukować. Wielu oczywiście postrzega Pacyfik jako coś historycznego.
How those studying war in the Pacific choose to view battlefields. If you look at the Pacific as islands in a far sea, the battlefields are contained in many islands found there. If you look at it as a sea of islands, the battlefield becomes larger. It's encompassing, and not just in land, but by sea and air as well. With this view, we're provided with much more nuance in the study of the Pacific War and the impacts that it has not just on the people of America and Oceania, but the world. To understand the battlefield, we must first understand how World War II came to be. Okay. In hindsight, there were numerous signs that the tension between the United States and Imperial Japan would soon lead to a catastrophe. Imperial Japan spent years expanding through Asia and the Pacific for their quest for resources. The United States, even though they considered themselves to be non-interventionists, attempted to stop Japan's actions through the use of trade embargoes. The U.S. moved its Pacific Fleet from San Diego to California, to Honolulu, Hawaii, which Japanese considered to be an act of aggression. Unfortunately, this greatly influenced their decision on the attack. On December 7th, 1941, it started out as usual for most soldiers, sailors, and Marines. They woke at their usual time, ate their usual breakfast, and began mooning through their Sunday. The weather, that was just like any other day in Hawaii. No one looking up at the sky would imagine what lay ahead. Just before 8 a.m., the first Japanese pilots arrived over Oahu and began their attack. The attack was so unexpected that the Americans thought the Japanese planes were their own, and they were performing training exercises. The first wave of the attacking air fleet of 183 planes destroyed 80% of all U.S. aircraft on the island before making their way south to the coveted U.S. Pacific Fleet that was stationed at Pearl Harbor. Air raid Pearl Harbor, this is no drill. Those words spoken by Lieutenant Commander Ramsey at Naval Station Ford Island when the bombs and torpedoes started to fall on the U.S. fleet. The second wave continued the destruction at Pearl Harbor and the surrounding bases, truly turning the island into a battlefield, all with the intent to prevent a counterattack by U.S. planes and ships. The entire island of Oahu became known as Battlefield Oahu, with attacks ranging from the coastlines to the center of the land. When all was said and done, 19 ships were damaged, 3 permanently. 328 planes were damaged or destroyed, and 2,390 Marines, sailors, soldiers, and civilians were killed. With the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States officially entered into World War II. For the United States in particular, this was a two-front war, the Pacific Theater and the European Theater. Learning firsthand the capabilities of an aircraft carrier in the modern Navy, the first strikeback for the United States in the Pacific War occurred on April 18th, 1942. Known as the Doolittle Raid, 16 B-25 bombers took off from the USS Hornet and bombed strategic locations in the greater Tokyo area. A month later, the first carrier battle in history occurred on May 1942, paving the way for naval warfare to be changed forever. The era of the battleship was over and the age of the aircraft carrier had just begun. As a result of this change, many naval tactics, 151 US carriers, were built in the next 3.5 years of Americans' involvement in World War II. Among these stories of military strategy, there are also stories of people who experienced these events, both civilian and servicemen and women alike. The facts of the war in the Pacific are well documented and have been researched, but facts sometimes miss the crucial human component of history, and that's equally important to know and understand. That part allows for connections between generations. Guam and the indigenous Chamorro people of the island was one of the only 3 US territories occupied and captured and occupied by Imperial Japan during World War II, the other 2 being the Philippines and part of Alaska. On the same day as the attack on Pearl Harbor, across the international date line, the island of Guam, the US territory, was shelled and invaded by Imperial Japanese forces. A small contingent of US military personnel and the Guam Insular Guard bravely attempted to defend the island against the numerically superior Japanese invading forces. The naval governor of Guam surrendered to the Japanese forces during the morning of December 10, 1941. Under imperial occupation, for approximately 3 years, Guam would be transformed into the Japanese colony, with schools teaching Japanese language and the spirit of Japan, and operated under the belief that the Chamorro people would willingly accept Japan as its leader. It would not be until the summer of 1944 when American forces would return in full strength, now aided by the indigenous Chamorro people, in retaking the island. The Second Battle of Guam would begin on July 21st, 1944, and last until August 10th of 1944, culminating in the liberation of Guam under Japanese occupation. The Battle of Midway is known as a turning point in the Pacific, culminated by the destruction of the once formidable Imperial carrier fleet as a shell of its former self. Deciphering the Imperial Navy Code, the outnumbered US Pacific Fleet forewarned knowledge of the upcoming major operation targeting Midway Atoll. Unbeknownst to the Empire of Japan, their diversionary force to Alaska would be mostly ignored by the bulk of the US Pacific Fleet poised to meet the Imperial carrier force in Midway. The Battle of Dutch Harbor, Alaska proved difficult for the Americans, but it made sure that 2 Imperial light carriers were not at the Battle of Midway. The other prize would be the US gaining an almost intact A-6M0 fighter aircraft that was shot down but not destroyed. This fighter plane, the Akutan Zero, would allow for the construction of American fighter planes designed to outmaneuver and outrun a formerly invincible Zero. The knowledge gained by analysis and test flights of the repaired Akutan Zero was instrumental for the development of the F-6F Hellcat, her supremacy in the Pacific skies. Japan no longer controlled the skies, and her navy would be on the defensive for the remainder of the war. In 1941, Imperial Japanese forces captured the Northern Mariana Islands from the German Empire and colonized it during World War I. Many immigrants of the Japanese homeland would make Northern Marianas Island of Japan their new home, and it would soon industrialize and have sugarcane plantations, port facilities, schools, roads, and power stations. By 1943, the majority of the island's population was of Japanese descent. At the onset of World War II, Saipan was the most well-fortified Japanese imperial site in the Pacific, and on June 15, 1944, the Battle of Saipan, known as D-Day in the Pacific, would begin. The battle for the island would last 24 days. Many Japanese citizens, believing the Japanese war propaganda, chose to commit suicide by jumping off the steep and rugged cliffs of northern Saipan, rather than risk being caught and imprisoned by American forces. As time marches, World War II and all its stories will move forward in memory into history. As Robert Heinlein puts, a generation which ignores history has no past and no future. We at Pacific Historic Park strive to instill the values, teach the lessons, and remember the events of World War II so that the generations to come may learn and grow from them. One of the defining moments of human history and the events of World War II has been an enduring impact on the state of the world, not just as a historical event itself, but on politics, economics, culture, and many other aspects. The Pacific War was an integral part of World War II, and its importance must not be understated or forgotten. There are many different lessons to be learned depending on the perspective of study. If looked at through a military focus, you can learn about tactics and strategy. Looking at it from a cultural standpoint, you can learn about power of propaganda or how a war can bring a country together. Politically, you can learn the lesson of power of diplomacy or lack thereof. Perhaps overall, the lesson is that war should be avoided at all costs. This area of World War II is not covered as in-depth as the European front for numerous reasons. The first is geography. The Pacific Ocean is vast, and its islands and people are not often covered in everyday social studies classes. The second is during World War II, there were little to no correspondence embedded in the American troops in the Pacific compared to that of the European front, meaning there were fewer photos and other sources of information being available. Combined, these have created a challenge for those who want to teach others the stories of war in the Pacific. In today's times, education too could be considered a battlefield. With new technologies and changing curriculums, helping the youth today learn about World War II in the Pacific requires new strategies, tactics to ensure success. In this new generation of students, they're unlike any that we've seen before or have taught before. They've grown up with digital technology. They view it as not just a tool, but a necessity. They are the most diverse generation to be entering classrooms. With these numerous changes, educators must adapt and modify what has been done in the past in order to effectively work with students and ensure that they're able to absorb the information and lessons necessary to studying World War II in the Pacific. Specifically, this can be done through inquiry-based learning, which is a student-centered approach of education and a focus on open-ended questionings and analysis rather than memorization and recitation. Previously, teachers focused on direct instruction, lectures, and textbooks. We believe that this form of teaching is no longer applicable to today's students, who need inquiry-based learning intertwined with newer technological tools to truly thrive and develop in the classroom. We recognize the importance of studying the history of World War II. Our organization was formed in 1979 as a result of the desire to collaborate with the National Park Service in not only preserving the artifacts from this important time, but to assist with the operations, education, research, and interpretation of the USS Arizona Memorial and other sites in the Pacific. The creation of the memorial in 1962 enabled World War II battlefield to be visited for the first time by many. The National Park Service was tasked to create a visitor and education center, as well as overseeing the preservation of the memorial. In partnership with them, we have facilitated over 1.5 million people each year globally to visit the Pacific Battleground, including making this part of history accessible to almost 75,000 students from around the world every year. We are also able to host a number of students because of our organization's values: patriotism, remembrance, teamwork, excellence, quality, and integrity. This value system allows us to focus on 6 overarching areas in our educational programming: place-based education, social and emotional learning, critical thinking skills, digital literacy, civic engagement, and inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Place-based education is much like this name suggests, using historical sites as a hub for educational experiences. As a steward of numerous historical sites, we use place-based education strategies to ensure effective transition of content knowledge while connecting students to their community and allowing students to have a voice and a choice. This includes allowing for inquiry-based learning model and encouraging students to get involved in local history and their community. Social and emotional learning, or SEL, It's a crucial part of student development, and we focus on integrating it into our programs. Based on the Castle Wheel, SEL focuses on self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness, and self-awareness. By incorporating some or all of these into programs, we're able to assist students in their growth and give them strategies to continue their growth on their own. Many of these activities have this learning focus embedded in our programs. For example, we actively partner with local schools to provide programs and have students teach each other about peace using the story of Sadako. Sadako Sasaki was born in 1943. Sadako was only 2 years old when the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. She developed leukemia, and during her illness, she folded paper cranes, following the old Japanese tale that says that if somebody folds 1,000 cranes, their wish will come true. Sadako's wish was one of peace throughout the world. And as students learned her story and the context of which her life happened, they not only gained the content of knowledge, but they also developed empathy for others. Critical thinking skills involve breaking down the intellectual process of evaluating each step. This is an important ability that students must curate, and we therefore intertwine those skills into our program content. This includes techniques like analysis, evaluation, and a determination of bias. Through the inclusion of these skills, PHP programs not only develop historians, but they develop lifelong learners. The creation of the internet has led information to be more accessible to the public more than ever today. The development of students' critical thinking skills is crucial in helping them sort through and analyze this information. For example, when telling the story of Petty Officer Joe George, who was present during the attack on Pearl Harbor and saved 6 men who were on board the USS Arizona, it took decades for the rescued men to learn that it was Joe George who had saved them. But once they found out, they fought to have him posthumously awarded for his heroism. While telling the story, students are asked questions like, what makes somebody a hero? What does that mean to be courageous? And do you need to be well known to be considered a hero? They're enabled to analyze primary sources like oral histories and answering questions using comprehension and evaluation strategies. Another cornerstone of philosophy is encouraging civic engagement. This is how students become more involved with their own communities to help make a difference. By incorporating civic action, commitment, and duty in our programming, we directly impact students' lives who in turn enrich the lives of their local community. The topic of World War II, War in the Pacific, naturally has connections to civic engagement. We emphasize these connections in our program and consistently relay to students that many of those who fought in the battlefields and on the home front are people that you'd like to emulate today. Through the development of digital literacy skills, students are better equipped to deal with the large influx of information that they have access to via the internet. This involves not only finding factual information, but also evaluating it to determine its usefulness and its reliability. Additionally, these skills give students multiple opportunities to create products showing what they've learned. In our effort to safeguard the future of World War II history, we are focused on digital resources such as virtual reality or augmented reality. Through our VR and AR programs, we're able to put students in the shoes of Pearl Harbor survivors and the Japanese attackers. Oral histories gathered by surviving Imperial Japanese pilots during the 1990s, for example, was used to allow for a complete digital recreation of Lieutenant Commander Murata and his torpedo attack squadron, and the development and creation of the first 3D model from a first-person point of view of the torpedo bombing off the carrier Akagi. By interpreting the information gained from these oral histories into a VR experience, we show the ways it integrates digital literacy into its programming. Constant innovation and change is an aspect of education that must be addressed as we look towards the future. With all the focus on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, these are crucial in ensuring that all the voices are given space to be heard from history, and that students of all demographics are able to hear these voices. We ensure that each program is differentiated for different types of learners, and that a wide variety of historical figures and events are shared with students. By creating programs that welcome all, students will want to be engaged in and get involved in programs that are created. Our educational program goals are threefold: fostering stewardship of history with the younger generation, empower and support student development and skill growth, protect and preserve the history of war in the Pacific. Through research, education, and archiving, the voices and lessons from Pacific War must be saved for generations to come and must be accessible to the public. Overall, our educational philosophy and goals are designed to be beneficial to students and teachers. Through our 6 focuses, we're able to achieve our goals. It's important to be realistic about how education evolves over time and how it can't prepare for everything. That's why adaptation and modification of programs is so important to keep history relevant to our next generation. Interpretation and education programs, as we've described, are instrumental in perpetuating the history of war in the Pacific and telling those lessons and stories so that they may never be forgotten. I thank you for your time today and appreciate your interest in keeping history alive.
Dziękujemy za
Thank you for your presentation.
speech. Nasz kolejny prelegent
Our next speaker unfortunately could not come here in person, but he did prepare a video recording of his lecture. Nicolas Barret, the director of the Verdun Memorial.
Good morning to all. I'm deeply sorry for not being with you today. I wish you an amazing conference and meeting. I still wanted to briefly present you the Verdun Memorial and Battlefield and our new ambition. Before going into detail about our memorial and project, let me quickly come back to the Battle of Verdun. As you know, the Battle of Verdun pitted the French against the Germans for almost 10 months in 1916. It is considered as the first industrial battle of history. During 300 days and 300 nights, 60 million shells fell on a territory of only a few square kilometers. Industrial battles, but also human tragedy and real mass killing, with more than 2 million soldiers involved and 300,000 killed and missing and 400,000 wounded. The ground of the Verdun battlefield still bears the marks of this terrific battle. For the French, the Battle of Verdun is a national myth. This battle embodies the entire First World War as almost three-quarter army took part on the Battle of Verdun. It is a symbol and an emblem of the French defense, not only defense of Verdun, but defense of the entire national ground. Still today, many French have in their family a grandfather or a great-great-grandfather who fought at Verdun. But now, Verdun is also a symbol for peace and French-German friendship. For the German, it's quite different. In 1916, for the Germans, the aim of their incredible attack in Verdun was to break the French resistance. The capture of the fort of Dürm, a name very famous in Germany, in the first day of the battle made a big impact in Germany. The Germans then saw the battle was won. However, with the fail of their plane, the Germans considered the Battle of Verdun just as one of the many other battles of the war. Today, in the Germans' mind, Verdun is seen as a very strong symbol of reconciliation between our two nations, symbolized by the famous image of President François Mitterrand and Chancellor Helmut Kohl together in Verdun. Verdun is now a very strong symbol of reconciliation between our two nations. After the battlefield in the 20s became the most important place of pilgrimage. The veterans have invented the tourism of memory on the battlefield of Verdun. In 1967, the Memorial Museum of Verdun was inaugurated. It was created by the veterans themselves, not by public authority, but by the veterans themselves. They wanted to illustrate the commitment and sacrifice of the French and German soldiers who fought at Verdun. On the occasion of the centenary of the battle in 2016, the museum has been fully redesigned and extended. It then became a public cultural institution with a scientific committee. Its vocation then evolved from a museum of memory to a museum of history. Now, our main issues are today, after the centenary and the COVID crisis, we have to create a new interest for visiting the memorial and the battlefield. Modernize the way visitors discover both the memorial and the battlefield is a very important issue for us. And manage to become a major place dedicated to the European history, and not only French history. Our issue is to become a tourist product with a scientific approach and without losing the soul of Verdun. Well, it's what we call tourism about history and sharing. Our method to face our main issue is to be what we can call visitor-centric, meaning that we try to elaborate all our actions from the perspective of the visitor journey, thinking before his visit, during his visit, and after the visit. We have three strategic approaches. First, develop initiative history and sharing tourism. Second, highlight the memorial battlefield with a strong cultural ambition, with a lot of events, and develop a very ambitious cultural program. To conclude, let me share with you our trademark, history on the field. And let me invite you to come to Verdun and discover its incredible battlefield. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Dziękujemy Państwu za wysłuchanie wykładu i panu Barre za dosłanie go. Tymczasem zapraszam ostatnią prelegentkę z tego panelu, panią dr Heidrun Derks, dyrektor Muzeum i Parku Kalkrize w Niemczech.
Oh. Yes, thank you. I'm very grateful to be here. Oh, this light is really, I can't see any. Yes, you are still there. So thank you so much for this invitation to this incredible Congress. Today I have already learned so much, and of course the next thing I would wish to do is to come to you and to visit all the places which have been introduced today. So I'm especially grateful to have the opportunity to present now our project to such an audience of experts. And first, let me just start with some facts. So where are we? We are in the north of Germany in a very, very, very rural area. The next bigger city is more than 30 kilometers apart, so we are really in the landscape. Kalkrize itself is really just a small hamlet. The museum itself was built on an archaeological site, and the archaeological site was discovered in 1988. After some smaller information centers, the park opened in 2000, the museum followed in 2004. 2002, and in average, which means in normal years, we have about 70 to 80,000 visitors a year, which is, keeping in mind that we are in this rural area, for us really quite a success. Our activities are basically organized in 3 departments: archaeology, museum, and administration. The archaeology department is concentrating on excavations, research, conservation, and management of the excavated finds collection, by now around 90,000 pieces. The museum department is responsible for the permanent and temporary exhibitions, as well as for the educational programs and all kinds of activities and events which communicate our scientific and work to the public. Additionally, we run a restaurant and a museum shop, rent seminar facilities and conference rooms. Apart from the general administration work, which you all know from your own institution, we are responsible for a 24-hectare large natural habitat, of which 10 hectare are accessible to the public. Economically speaking, we are a company by limited guarantee, so we are not run by the state, the county, or any other official body. That means we are not financed by any official body. We have to earn about 40 to 50% of our budget, and the rest is financed by our trustees. More than 60 people work in the institution, 12 colleagues like me in full-time, the rest part-time in so-called mini-jobs, that is 5 to 10 hours a week, just to give you an idea on what kind of scale we are working. So this aerial photography shows the public area and part of the adjacent non-public natural habitat, with our museum, a visitor center right at the entrance, restaurant, learning lab, oh, that doesn't go as fast, restaurant and learning lab, opposite with our offices. In the park is our permanent excavation camp with a fully equipped room for additional educational activities. Our museum was designed by Mike Guya and Annette Gigong from Switzerland. It hosts the main, so there it is. Our museum was designed by Mike Guya and Annette Gigong. It hosts our main exhibition with roughly 1,000 square meters, additional rooms for educational activities, and our special depot. All our finds, and that is the difficult side of our story, must be kept under controlled conditions with a maximum temperature of 20 degrees and 30% humidity. Our visitor center hosts shops and all kinds of service facilities, and of course the space for temporary exhibition. Now we have a look into the park. The park was also designed by Swiss landscape architects and is roughly, as you can see, divided in 2 halves. The one in front, you may see that, is completely forested with only small pathways, and this shall give visitors a rough impression of landscape 2,000 years ago. The opposite, you see the meadow there, is where actually the fights between the Roman army and the Germanic warriors 2,000 years ago took place. The park itself, and that may come as a surprise, does not offer much information. It almost appears empty. Emptiness is one of our key words to describe our concept. The visitors have to move and to wander along to discover the hints and traces and to find the answers to their questions. Now, I've mentioned already that we are here 2,000 years back in time, so let's come to a little bit of history which takes you back in the time of when you went to school and had to learn something about the Roman Empire. Yes, this is where we are. We are in the time of the Roman Empire, Emperor Augustus, which you all know from the Christmas story. It is this Augustus. At that time, half of Europe was in the hands of the Roman Empire, and the rest was inhabited by very diverse people, mainly organized as tribes or so-called simple societies. Since 16 BC, the Roman Empire tried to conquer the regions beyond the Rhine, this area they called Germania, marked here in pale orange. In 7 AD, the Romans thought that this area was ready to be transformed into a kind of Roman province. And Publius Quintilius Varus was then sent out with 3 Roman legions, roughly around 10 to 20,000 men, to install administrations and infrastructure. But in 9 AD, he was led into an ambush, and the Roman army lost 3 legions. It was one of the hardest, and what was even more shocking, one of the least expected defeats the Roman Empire had to cope with in its long history. But the shock, of course, did not last long, and in 14 AD a second attempt was made, and after several battles the idea to conquer Germania was finally given up. The Roman army withdrew to the Rhine, and Germania never became a Roman province. That's all very long ago, and you may think, so why do we still care about this ancient battle today? What makes it so important that it is excavated since now 30 years already, and even gave reason to erect a fairly modern museum on the site? Well, the answer to this question, that takes us back into the 15th century, so even more history. And at that time, the battle was actually long forgotten. But it came to light again when the ancient records from Roman historians were discovered in monastic libraries. And it was the famous writer Tacitus who triggered a momentous development. He wrote that a Germanic warrior called Arminius managed to unite his people and defeated the Roman army at the time of its greatest strength. He should therefore be called the liberator of Germania. Nobody guessed that these few words would develop a tremendous political effect later. First, people were just fascinated by the rediscovery of their history, and they were really surprised. So far, they had believed that their ancestor, Germanic people, were not more than a squad of lousy fellows. Now they encountered brave and courageous warriors. This message came along like an earthquake. To understand this reaction, we have to look onto the political structure of the area indicated in the following maps. And now don't get too much into or fuzzy about the details. Just notice that the number of colors, different colors, reduces through time. That shows the increasing degree of unification achieved through many wars within 3 centuries. The starting point is the Holy Roman Empire of German nations, here on the left side, and that was neither a state nor a nation in modern terms, but a tremendous patchwork of more than 400 almost independent, loosely connected political units. And this situation did not only cause continuous internal conflicts, not to speak of social economical effects, but it led to a structural weakness facing external threats. And last but not least, resulted in a total lack of cultural and political identity. Who are we? What keeps us together? Where are our roots? And from the 17th century onwards, these questions gained increasing importance. Into that context burst the story of a Germanic warrior, of a hero who had fought the superpower of antiquity by uniting the people against a stronger enemy. It appeared like a wonder and contained several influential messages. First, unity makes strong. Second, strength makes free. 3, things can change. And all that was then connected to the hope that history can be repeated if one only followed this recipe for success, and managed to overcome self-interest and selfish thinking. From now on, there was a role model. And now the second chapter starts. The whole process of nation building lasted 3 centuries and demanded many human lives, and it was continuously pushed by the story of the Varus battle and the success of a Germanic warrior called Arminius. So first, Arminius was just seen as a role model to be emulated, and to make him better known and more popular, images of all kind were created. And to facilitate identification, he was even given a real German name, Hermann. And for that reason, this battle is also known as the Hermannsschlacht. From now on, Arminius was really one of us. So far, idealistic admiration prevailed the scenery, but with the invasion of the Napoleonic troops in 1806, the situation changed, and the singing, writing, and painting telling of the Varus battle was accompanied by increasingly aggressive undertones. Arminius was not longer the man to be admired. From now on, he was used to unite and mobilize people against the enemy. Hate was preached, and the connecting element, history, became an exclusion criterion connected with the ideas of superiority of the Germanic peoples. The Varus battle turned into a propaganda tool, and the language to promote its message bristled with aggression, racism, and defamation. In 1871, the peak was reached with the foundation of the Deutsches Kaiserreich in Versailles, and Arminius had become a national hero, and his victory against the Romans had become the foundation myth of the German nation. The supposed legacy of the Varus battle had become true. The German Emperor William I was seen as a reborn Arminius, and all this euphoria was visualized in the large monument, the Hermannsdenkmal, erected and opened to the public in 1875 in Detmold. The goal was reached. Now the unifying power of the myth and its hero started already to fade. The last stage of this development was reached in the 1930s, when Arminius, the defeat of the Varus battle and the monument served as election propaganda for the National Socialist Party. After the election, Arminius was not needed anymore. He was resurrected in the person of the Führer Adolf Hitler, and a second leader was simply not necessary. In addition, Hitler had little enthusiasm for the Teutons. He was far more fascinated by the Greek. So this was a very, very fast ride through 4 centuries of a very complex history. But let me just shortly summarize. So in the 17th century, the Varus battle served as a projection surface for the seemingly unattainable vision of a united country. And from the early 19th century onwards, it was used as a propaganda tool to justify the wars against Austria, Denmark, and France. The Varus battle became an instrument of political propaganda. Thus, the Varus battle is a prime example for instrumentalized history, and that is the point which makes this event important for us today. Needless to say that neither the historical context nor the contradictions in the written Roman sources had ever been critically evaluated. Political purposes and propaganda do not need details or even facts, as we currently experience again. They need a convincing narrative and emotion. Only one question appeared to be, or had always been of importance in these centuries. Where was the place of this mythical battle? As written sources did not give any indications, thousands of people went out to search it and countless professionals got involved. Hundreds of suggestions were made, but none provided any evidence. And after 1945, the search for the site of the Varus battle was given up. The topic was, as we would say in German, simply burned. So it was a surprise when in 1989, The British major Tony Clun discovered in Calgrise an area with Roman finds. Here we do have him in the picture. And in an area where Roman finds were actually not expected, Roman coins and slingshots. And the latter are a strong indication that a Roman army must have marched through the area. At this stage, nobody really thought of the Bavos battle, but further investigations confirmed first suspicions. So let's now come to the present. So this is our research area. This covers about 32 square kilometers, the densest accumulation we do have in our park, so in the area of the museum. 18,000 square meters are excavated, so there is still a lot to do. Most of the finds relate to military equipment, and many finds are really unique, as for example the face mask you see here again. It is the oldest known example in the Roman world, and recently we have found a complete Roman armor, another unique find in Europe. That's another story. The excavations, of course, caused a lot of public interest, and in 1993 a first very small information center opened, and the idea came up to create a new museum. Archaeologists, local people, politicians, marketing experts, tourism experts, they all got together to find out what kind of institution that should be. And here you see all the ideas, from memorial, anti-war museum to holiday park, just name the extremes. Almost everything was on the list. And in a region which continuously felt underrated, many people hope that this project could mark the beginning of a new era, changing the Osnabrücker Land into a first-class touristic destination and attracting people from all over the world. A kind of Bilbao effect in the deepest province of Lower Saxony. You can imagine that in these discussions, the event and its ambivalent character was in danger to get lost in commercial visions. But in the end, foresight and responsibility, or the feeling for responsibility, won out. And with the Swiss architects, the decision was made for puristic forms, irritating materials, and abstraction as key elements. Neither landscape nor event were reconstructed. We do not offer the chance to dive into the past, to travel in history. This is an unusual approach in archaeological open-air museums. Instead, we offer insights in current research work and invite our audiences to get involved in the process of thinking about the site and its meaning for the present for us today. The emptiness gives the site a character that allows memorial silence, dignity, but also the joy of discovery, of scientific research and controversial debate. The focus is on science and not on reenacting. In our exhibitions, we do not only present results, but as well the questions we cannot answer. Finds or topics which allow more than one interpretation are presented in parallel scenarios. Doubts, new ideas, critical arguments, as well as all our uncertainties, are integrated into the presentation. Here is just a view into our current permanent exhibition. You will all have to come to see it yourself. In our temporary exhibitions, we present aspects which either contribute to the large topic of conflict and war, or extend the knowledge of our visitors on Roman and Germanic cultural history. Almost every year we do have excavations on site, and visitors are welcomed not only to visit but even to get involved practically and perhaps to join us even for some days on the excavation. Our finds are restored in our own conservation department, and research does of course not end after excavation. Our visitors regularly get the chance to visit us in our workshops and laboratories and to look over our shoulders while we are at work. Additionally, we are highly engaged in education and run more than 2,000 programs for schools and visitors of all ages a year. The main idea is to get people interested in science, to introduce them to scientific methods and let them experience potentials and limitations of scientific methods and reasoning. Already children are introduced to the archaeological methods as well as to numismatics, archaeobotany, anthropology, soil science, geology, and others. We want to encourage our visitors to critical questions. Where does our knowledge come from? What is history? Who writes it? Who tells it? What are the facts? Where starts fiction? What is the truth? What is plausibility? Where are the gaps in our knowledge? In the last 2 Corona years, digital approaches gained more importance, and apart from digital trainings in excavations we did with children, online tours and outreach programs, we worked on a project, hopefully starting next year in April, tracking the past. Then your own smartphone will be transformed via an app, of course, into a toolbox with detector, compass, and all kinds of instruments you will need to discover a site, to excavate finds, to restore them, or to get in contact with an expert if you have any question. And on this small map, you see the number of activities, areas already waiting for the visitors to be explored. Another important issue is education. Materials. Since 2 years, teachers can find materials for free on our website. The Lernzentrale with Oscar and Sophie offers information, tasks, exercise, question, riddles for pupils in the age of 10 to 14. So last but not least, let's talk about events. Twice a year, we invite visitors to events which either celebrate our excavations, as you can see here on the left, or give insight into life 2,000 years ago using reenactment. And then reenactment groups from all over Europe come to us to Kalkriese. And this year, it happened this year again, we welcomed groups from Romania, Italy, Netherlands, and Germany. So let me come to the end. So who are we? You remember the large cloud of words I presented you earlier. I hope, well, we do hope that we actually found a good mix to deal with the ambivalence of our topic and be an interesting venue for almost everybody nonetheless. But this is a dynamic process, and every day may provide new challenges which might force us to rethink our strategy. In Germany, we have this keyword that it's sometimes difficult to get all different aspects under one head. So I started or tried to draw our head. I think we have found one. So we are an archaeological site, we are a research center, we are a learning site, we are a cultural project with more than a regional impact. And of course, we are a regional destination, we are a tourist attraction, and we are a site of national importance because since 2004, the European culture, heritage, acknowledged by Europa Nostra. We are definitely not a holiday park, no historical experience, but also not a peace research center or an anti-war museum in this very specific political sense. For the latter, I feel that there are far better places, places where memory still really hurts and not has to bridge over a gap of more than 2,000 years, and 2,000 years change a lot at that point. Thank you so much for your attention.
Dziękujemy tutaj za udział.
Thank you for your presentation.
Szanowni Państwo, za moment czeka nas kolejny panel dyskusyjny.
And ladies and gentlemen, soon we'll have another discussion panel with the speakers who have had presentations in this part of our conference. Let me invite the moderator, Karol Szejko.
This marks the end of our second panel for today's World Battlefield Museums Forum. And I would like to ask on stage Jan Chrubecki from Museum of War of 1866, Ewelina Latoszewska from Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk, Glenn Ogden from Canadian War Museum, Hadrian Dirks from the Varus Battle Museum in Karkrysa, Yevgenia Sherbina from the Poltava Museum Battlefield, and Eileen Hatsdijk from Pacific Historic Parks.
Thank you.
We're going to hold a short panel discussion right now. First of all, thank you, panelists, for your engaging presentations. I'm sure we could learn a lot from what you have presented us. I was particularly interested in the Varus battle, and I would like to ask Hadrian Dirks the first question, because you mentioned that can you hear me? Okay. You mentioned that over...
Now the first one.
Oh, I can hear you now.
No, go ahead.
Yes, you mentioned that over the years, hundreds and centuries, the story of the Varus battle was used by different groups of people for different purposes. And you've got an exciting archaeological site, which is a value in itself. But when people come to your museum today, what value do you think it has for them, this Varus battle, which is, an ancient battle, not many sources, and what is the value of the Varus battle today, and what meaning would you like to get across to people visiting your museum about Varus battle, and when they go out of your museum, what do they understand?
Very interesting question. I think many people come to the point because they have somewhere deep in their memory the idea that there was something with the Roman army and that it is somehow important, and that one must have seen that. It's a bit this Mona Lisa thing. Nobody knows who she was and who painted the picture, but everybody wants to see it. So this is the first thing. What we now perceive in the last years is that people are really fascinated by the how archaeology works, by these very modern techniques. They are interested in that we are still working on an unsolved problem, because the question whether we are actually the site of the Varus battle is still fairly open. So people are very interested to find out where are the gaps, and why don't you simply know that? You are working here since 30 years. Why can't you simply tell us now how it was? And to get involved there. And it is a place where I think many families think about on the weekend, what can we do with the kids? What makes fun is reasonable, and everybody learns something in the end. And at that point, we are simply a good mixture. Yes, put it that way.
Okay.
I think there is not much, the amount of people or the percentage of people who really come for to think they're about heroes in history, or about the foundation stone of German nation laid by the Varus battle. That is like that. that was stronger probably 20 years ago when I received letters written with a typewriter and with the O's really pushed through, telling and asking me how that was possible that a young woman like me got director of this museum because I had never seen a war and never served in the army, but that has ceased completely. Haven't heard that for years now. I think it's quite straightforward. One wants to learn something, one wants to have a social experience with family or partner or the group you're coming, and it shall make fun, and you want to go home and with the experience of having had a good day. And that's the main difference to all the places we have seen here today.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I would like to ask Jan Hrubecki, because you talked a lot about reenactment, and reenactment is a developing field of museology, we can say, but there are still a lot of people who would say this activity is not really worthy because you have people dressing up in uniforms, blowing fireworks up, and playing games in the field. And obviously we as museum people understand the value of reenactment. How would you convince people who do not believe in this type of history teaching, especially also to young people? How would you convince those people who are skeptics about this type of history?
Actually, I think that's related to the level of authenticity of that reenactment itself. Therefore, for example, in my institution, we launched a program of licensed reenactors. So when we are participating in some event, there are only just a number of reenactors with the proper gear, proper weapons, proper drills, proper techniques. And these people are licensed by our institution that they can be part of this cultural effort. Back to your question. There are good reenactors and bad ones. Okay. And my level of authenticity is extremely high because I'm used to do that thing for 100%. For example, when I mentioned that Liberation Festival in Pilsen, that's only a part of the celebration of the anniversary of VE Day in Czech Republic. This part is oriented to the public. The other part, it takes place every year, every spring, 7 weeks before. So together it's like a 10 days long reenaction event, and it's about the recreation. It's not made for the public. It is made for reenactors themselves, and it's about the exact reenacting of the advance of U.S. Third Army into Czechoslovakia with all the gear, with all the vehicles. And that means that I'm used to surrender all my civilian stuff. You sleep in a tank or APC or Jeep or in trench, which you have to dig. You sleep with the one woolen blanket, and you sleep with your rifle or submachine gun. Right. And this provides you some totally new perspective, because these hardships, they're a part of every combat infantryman or crewman experience from the war. And many of these reenactors are active soldiers of Czech Army or Army reservists. So therefore, I believe that these people could be convinced with the level of authenticity. But there is also logical obstacle. A reenactment isn't war. We do not shoot live ammunition. Proper reenactor suffered many wounds. For example, I was burned many times. I was broken some bones. and so on. I lost my nails on my feet and on my hands, but
quite painful.
It is not a child game if you do that properly, because the purpose, in my point of view, for the really experts in reenactment is to facing these hardships, and that's your way how to honor the sacrifices made by the servicemen in a war. That's the whole idea.
Okay. Okay. It seems reenacting is gaining more interest among the public, so let's hope this will develop further on in the next decade, possibly.
Yes, possibly. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we're seeing reenactment community as a large potential human resources area, because when you are, for example, curator in a military museum, you should be able to operate with firearms, and this is the really good way how to qualify for that. You have to be able to dress the figurines in the exposition properly, and you have to realize that there is a bigger picture and there is a smaller picture, and this attention to detail is that small picture, but the visitor, he doesn't see that way. He wants to be, the things had to be 100% accurate. Therefore, I think that being a, again, good reenactor qualifies you at some level to be a good military historian, curator at a museum, for example, and so on.
Thank you so much. That was an interesting discussion on reenactment. Thank you, Jan. And I will address Evelina right now, because Evelina, you talked a lot in your presentation about museum social outreach and environmental impact. And I want to ask you this question. Teaching this to children, why museums? I mean, we deal with complicated history, and we have complicated history to teach. And there are organizations, government organizations, non-government organizations, social organizations that deal with ecology. Why we as museums need to deal with ecological issues? Why is it so important for us today as a museum?
Right. Today, when nature, when the environment play a very significant part in our life due to climate change that we are experiencing, this means that raising the environmental awareness also increases patriotic attitudes. The narrative in our museum is very difficult. We are talking about the war, and we address our educational offering to older children, to young adults, and to adults. But this group does not, unfortunately, include children at the age of 4 to 8 who should come to the museum as well. They should learn certain practices, they should learn certain patterns. That's why learning about nature, the nature that is found at the Westerplatte Peninsula, or the project that we are going to continue next year about the pocket educational garden, teaching garden, that's room for these children, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And Yevgenia, do you also believe that museums need to take care of the environmental issues and bring environmental issues into their museum work? Because obviously Poltava battlefield is an open space as well. And why would it be important for your museum to actually have impact on society regarding environmental issues?
the territory of our field almost 700 hectares, more than 700 hectares. And the main center of Poltava battle was covered by the two fields, two forests. And the majority of these forests now are destroyed. And one of the forests are included in Poltava local city park that stands closely to our museum field. So it's very important because it's very important to save this part of the nature, history, like the witnesses of this event. As we know, according to the history and according to the different documents, one of the Swedish commanders and also Swedish King Charles XII have a rest close to one of the oaks that located on the territory of our field when the Swedish army retreated from the battlefield. So it could be a very interesting object of nature. And it could be one of the interesting objects for the tourists on the tourist roads, especially for Swedes that came to our reserve and they wanted to explore all of the connection of this field connecting with the Swedish soldiers. So yes, we need to protect our nature and we need to protect this historical cultural heritage for the future. For our children.
It's an important aspect that you've mentioned. Very rarely do we find narratives that actually bind natural environment with the outcome of the battle. And this was at Poltava, as you have suggested, but also this was with the Varus battle. From the sources we know that the outcome of the battle might have been decided by terrain features, and this is very interesting. Evelina mentioned also in her presentation about the accessibility of battlefields to people of special needs. And I want to address Aili Natadai about this because there is a question of preserving the authenticity of the battlefield, and obviously Pacific Historic Parks is a vast, vast area. And you have addressed this question of adapting certain parts of the battlefield to people of special needs. Is it at all possible to preserve this authenticity of the battlefield and make all these adaptations that involve serious changes to the battlefield terrain? Can you comment on this?
I think there is a challenge to every organization, governmental or those who are not, to preserve the authenticity of its battlefields. But I think there's also a responsibility for each of us to also be able to share our content, our knowledge, and the history of what happened on those lands to everybody. It's not a history that's made for only certain people. It's not a history that's made for only a specific group. And I think accessibility is something that we all have to own. Is it challenging? Yes. Do you constantly come across the concept of what is more important, the authenticity versus the accessibility? And those questions are deep questions that has to be addressed in many aspects when you deal with accessibility. But I think it is incumbent on all of us to at least walk that path. We may have to address in certain areas a negotiation, a compromise as to maybe not preserving full authenticity. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we can find ways around it. But I think to compromise also the ability to share knowledge to certain groups, I think does a disservice, and it reflects on us as curators and as historians and teachers of the past to just be fair about that conversation.
Mm-hmm. This is the question we have to answer ourselves at Westerplatte right now, because there's a new development project and there are a lot of questions to be answered about accessibility for different groups of people. That was interesting. Thank you so much. I would like to address Glenn Ogden from Canada. You mentioned in your presentation about involving reaching out to local community by involving veterans and also indigenous people. And obviously we know Canada's input into, for instance, the Second World War. How important is for your museum to bring back the stories of these indigenous people serving in the Canadian Army during World War II or during World War I? Can you please comment on this?
Yeah, sure. It's very important that we do this. Whilst the numbers of Indigenous soldiers who were, involved in both the First World War and Second World War were relatively low compared to the rest of those who served, their stories are, part of, the national narrative of Canada in the World Wars, and also, prior to the World Wars and beyond the World Wars as well. I think the Indigenous tradition of service within the Canadian Armed Forces or the colonial services, or even as allies to the Europeans before, is actually quite a long one, which dates back to the days of contact with the first contact with Europeans. And so it's an important part. It's part of the DNA of the national story. So it's not possible for us to tell as broad a national story without including those stories within it. Also for the indigenous communities themselves, and particularly their descendants, they look at the service and sacrifice of their forebears as part of a very important stepping stones towards, say, improving their relationship with the Canadian state, or the Crown, as we call it, within Canada. So service in the First World War, service in the Second World War. The example I had on the screen of Favel, he used his service in the Second World War with his medals, with it, to represent his community. He was a hereditary chief. So he spoke to the Canadian state and represented that to look to get a fairer deal for not just veterans within his community, but theirs. And these stories in themselves are they're not all about struggle against the state. They're also stories of some service, some achievement, some bravery and courage that stand alongside, like other stories from other Canadian groups or linguistic groups, because we have different ones within them. So it's an important part. It's a fuller picture. We are a country that is developed during the colonial period on an indigenous space. So it's important that we do reflect that. But it also gives us an opportunity with, for a museum like ourselves to, forge stronger relationships and constructive relationships and partnerships with, multiple indigenous communities across the countries, be able to tell their stories, research around them, and cooperate with them in being able to do this. We're able to bring that to a Canadian audience and also international audiences. So it's a richer experience, and it allows us to retell these important stories, whether the First World War, the Second World War, Korea, and beyond, through a different lens, a different access point, which is, currently very topical of interest in the population, but is a legitimate, part of our national story also.
Thank you very much, Glenn. That was really interesting insight into this issue. Dear panelists, this concludes our discussion. Thank you so much for your invaluable input and for your interesting presentations. Thank you so much. That concludes our first day of World Battlefields Museums Forum. Thank you so much, and please come to the forum tomorrow for a new set of interesting presentations and discussions on world battlefields. Thank you so much. At 10 o'clock. Tomorrow's sessions begin at 10 o'clock.
To to jeszcze może po polsku uzupełnimy na zakończenie.
If I might add,